Good day, people of the palace. Welcome to the stream. We'll be live here in about 3.5 minutes. As in, we'll actually be live instead of just behind the starting screen. I'm gonna get back into actually getting some code done. I have a couple of more things I have to do. Nothing has changed since yesterday. But I stopped right in the middle of asking questions and looking for answers. We'll be continuing right from there and then getting back into the code and hopefully getting a prototype started today. Hope you all have had a great day. Great start to your weekends. And we'll see you here in 3 minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. I'm taking a look at a couple of things on the webs, the interwebs here. I'm looking specifically not for a degree, but just for a class to help learn C#. But I don't see any just straight class that I can take for C#. Which kind of upsets me because all I want to learn is C#. I just want to take a C# class. I don't need any of the other stuff, but C#, C++. I could take common coding mistakes in C++ in the context of underlying assembly language. That's interesting. Assembly. Object-oriented programming with C++. Object-oriented programming with Java. I don't want object-oriented programming. It's a bit much now, right? Right? Create Linux and Unix makefiles to automate the compilation and linking of multi-file C++ programs. Design C++ classes that follow given specifications. Learning C#. I don't think I'm going to find anything where I can just learn Java, C, and Python at Sac State. Ed2Go offers an introduction to C#. I want to learn more than just an introduction. Object-oriented programming, advanced software engineering, tackle algorithmic design and data storage. Syntax basics. So basically, just do it myself is what this is all saying. Everything here is just saying, do it myself. Learn it myself. 3-month access for self-guided for $150 from Sac State. I'm sorry, Sac City. Instead of American River College, it's like a Los Rios thing. There's my wifey. It's like I start streaming and it says, "Hey, baby, call me." What's up, baby? I don't feel great. Your tummy hurts. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Oh, that sucks. When you get home, we have to buy a book on C#, a book on Godot, and a book on Golang. Or something online for that stuff. Something. Maybe Udemy. Yes, we'll cuddle when you get home. $17 for this. What? What? $17? Full lifetime access? $17? What? That's on Udemy, so it's just somebody. Just yeah, Udemy, baby. We'll look at that stuff when you get home. How are you doing, my dear? How are you doing? I have to make sure that this stuff is working. That's working. Make sure that this is working. Me. Ooh, that's not working. We're gonna have to change that. I have to fix this. We go into my chat. See if I can do that there. Test. Okay, those all work. That's fine because I don't type into this one. That's good. Those all work. Yay, they all work. All right. Got to get back into the coding here. Huh? 2.5. What do you mean 2.5? We've got Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. That's 3 days. How is Sunday almost done for you? Yeah. Cool. So you're going to sleep for 36 hours? Yeah, so you still have to sleep those hours. So how is Sunday already done for you? Yep. You're going to wake up after 36 hours then. No, baby, I'm telling you, you're going to wait 36 hours when you go to sleep to wake up on Monday. Because today's Saturday, Dippy. Yes. You want to get home so bad that you skipped an entire day. You skipped an entire day. Yeah, no, no, no. Tomorrow's Sunday, not Monday, baby. I'll let you get some sleep so you can wake up refreshed and remembering what day it is. Okay? All right. I'm in the stream. You can go ahead and just jump right in and, you know, whatever. Okay? All right. I love you too. Bye, baby. Oh, my Lord. You're so funny. She's so funny. Ugh. All right. Let's turn on the music. Please turn on the music. There it is. Make sure I can hear it. Wow, you guys can hear that if it's that loud. That's unfortunate. I suppose I can just keep it there so you guys can hear it. If I turn this up, that's how you guys hear it and don't hear it. So I keep this at 18. And we're fine, I guess. What else? Whatever. We'll just keep it turned down just a tiny bit. All right. So, where are we at? We are at... I was confused last night. And I wanted to kind of reconfigure a whole bunch of the stuff that was going on, especially in the descriptor. But I'm going to rewrite a lot of this anyway because this is just the test. So I'm going to rewrite a lot of this for the main setup. I'm going to do quick. Give me a second. I don't like how you can't really see that. So I'm going to put a background on there real quick. Add source. Gradient. And we're going to change the colors of this gradient. You guys don't see that, right? Oh, you do see that. That's interesting. I'm going to make it 2560 by 100. And that's too many steps. Like this. Maybe a slightly lighter shade. Up. So that this can be all the way down there. This can be up. And this one can be all the way down there again. And then we can put this at the bottom. And put that underneath those. So that we see that. But I want that to be 90 high. The problem with doing it like this is that when the ads show up, like if I were to throw an ad on there, it would go under, that would go over the ad. So I want want that to be under the ad so that the ad goes over it. Rename this chat bar background. That makes that look a little bit better, but 190 high doesn't feel right. Those are 60 high, that's why. 60 high. 60 high, not 60 high. Okay. That's better. And then I can put one over top of the other side. Duplicate, copy, paste, and put that there too. That doesn't work. So paste, duplicate, that should work. There we go. Block background, chat bar background. Hello, Bubbles. How are you? How is the Bubbles today? And then this is going to be just, how wide is this? This is 300 by 90. So this is going to be 300 by 90. There we go. And we're going to put this right up. Should be 300 by 90. Why is that? Why is that not? Should be 300 by 90. Transform. Reset. It is 300 by 90, right? I can't tell if that looks right because I don't have it. I suppose I can do this way. Give me a second. So, hold on, let's lock the background and we unlock that. Make any. 300 by 90. That. Preview on my prompter. That doesn't look like. So we can just put that. I'm doing well today. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today? There we go. That should be good. All right, that should be okay. A little bit bigger than I'd like it to. Maybe. Chat bar back. 55 high, maybe. There we go. All right. And then over here. Julio's. I had acne, and I'm sorry because what you're going through is going to be my fault. I've had acne I had acne from like 14 until I was 29, 28, something like that. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So now I have my chat over here because that works. And I can look at my screen right here so I can see what I look like and how everything looks and make sure it works before I finish that. Because this is what the chat looks like. And this is what the screen that I'm looking at over here looks like. I think this is okay. So we'll go ahead and remove this. Boop. And now we have the chat. Excellent. Excellent. Excelente, I see. Awesome. All right. You have a pituitary tumor, and it's your acne's all along here, and mine was always right in the middle of my back. So maybe it's not me. All right. So we're getting back to the coding today. A microadenoma. Oh, that's not great. It's not bad though, right? It's not like cancerous. It's just like a benign tumor. Please tell me it's nice. Okie dokie. While you're gone, I'm gonna open myself. I need to get sponsored by Dr. Pepper. I'm gonna open myself a Dr. Pepper. Oh, I said restart-ish. This became messy. Throw it away and try to design it correctly this time. A consolidation says, prototype taught me what the real system is. Now capture those lessons and build the production version deliberately. The second is healthy, the first can happen forever. Yeah. Yeah. 4 rules. No major organizational rewrites. Ugly files are allowed. Where comments are allowed. Temporary structures are allowed. Exactly. So this is where I got stuck yesterday. And I literally knew that this is how you can get stuck in development hell. And I didn't want to get stuck. This is not EDM. This is not EDM. Why is this saying? Because I didn't have the EDM set on. This doesn't sound like EDM either. Okay, it's EDM. So I started getting stuck yesterday thinking I was getting into the whole, this whole idea of development hell, and I didn't want to get there. So my idea is now to... Are you kidding? The clock now goes over the... Maybe I'll do it this way. Let's do it this way instead. Let's do this instead. And so this comes up here into this corner. That far over. This goes there. that corner. If it doesn't go in that corner like that, oh, there we go. Then this goes in that corner. Hello. Talking about. All right, so we'll put. Where the hell are you? Out of here. We'll put you down here. There. Now we can put this over here, which will allow us to get rid of that. That will allow us to then put this up in this corner. There we go. There we go. Okay. Which allows us to do this, which makes it a little bit easier for you to see what's going on. And now it's not blocking, it's blocking some of my chat, but it's not blocking the stuff that I want to be able to see. Excellent. Okay, a little better. I wish this could be smaller. I really wish you could make the frickin' the Spotify window smaller. It sucks that you can't. Although I could put it, instead of the app, I could put it, I could just put it right in here. Right? Could just do this. Still doesn't show what's playing right. That's too bad. Unfortunate. Oop. Go over to here. All right. So as I was saying, I thought that I would need to rewrite everything to get everything, like all my mind stuff in order, get all the rules in order and whatnot. The game development document is like super fucking out of touch with what I'm actually doing now, which kind of sucks. So I thought that I'd have to do all this stuff. I don't. What I can do is I can finish the prototype. I finish the prototype, and then when I start redesigning everything for the actual build of the game, that once the prototype proves the things that I want it to prove, or tells me that I'm going down the wrong road with the single player, multiplayer stuff that I'm looking at, then I can start rewriting more directly. So I think we can do that. And that's basically what I asked yesterday. You know, basically I said, I really feel like restarting is an answer and I don't want to go down that road. I don't want to get caught in development hell, scope hell, or spaghetti hell. So I need to ensure I don't get to those points. And I thought an organizational pass might work. It answered me before that and said, you know, you don't really need to do that. So I said, I'm thinking just finish phase 0, and when that's done and dusted, then during the restart-ish, when I start actually designing the actual game instead of just this prototype, then I can start doing the reorganizing and whatnot. And then it's saying that, yeah, that's the right move. Change the word restart to consolidation. You don't want to restart. Prove the combat architecture, pass it, then consolidation and production reset and build the actual game. A restart says this became messy. Throw it away and design it correctly this time, which is where I thought I was getting to, because this is messy, even though there's only a few files in here. And consolidation just says, you know, the stuff that you've got here, you're going to be using some of it, so rewrite it if you want, but more likely just organize it from what you already have. And this says, the prototype taught me what the real system is, now capture those lessons, build the production version deliberately. It's not an actual restart, but it is a kind of like a rewrite process. And so 4 rules that this is saying that I should impose. Number 1, don't rewrite anything, no organizational rewrite, just, let it be, because temporary everything is okay. Nothing enters P0, phase 0, which is the prototype phase that we're in, unless the prototype phase requires it to answer the question. What is the question? The question is the combat for multiple human people enticing, engaging, and exciting enough to build a game around? That's what this whole 2.5 week, almost 3 week process has been about. Is the combat going to make people want to play the game? Because the storyline can be great, the presentation can be great. If everything's great and then they get into combat and combat is ass, people aren't going to want to continue playing. So that's the idea. So nothing enters this phase until we prove that. No world systems, no characters, no crafting, no progression, no persistence, no ECS, none of that, right? New design discoveries get recorded, not implemented, unless they're blocking that phase 0 pass, which is, combo versus chain, which is something that we've determined, but not necessarily figured out permanently from the discussion I had, from the brainstorming session I had yesterday before I stopped streaming. We've sharpened that. Record it because it directly affects the resolver, but don't suddenly design the entire companion system, because companions could participate in combos. That's not what it's about. It's about making sure that the combat system actually works. Things can be bolted onto the combat system afterwards, but we have to make sure that it works for people in the first place. You bolt something onto a car that doesn't drive, and it still doesn't drive, and then test the machinery you're depending on. Not achieve 90% coverage. Test things like recipe matching, proxy replacement, chaining, invalid inputs, deterministic resolution. The tests help you finish phase 0 rather than becoming another project, which is all of what phase 0 is. Development hell is controlled by having a phase 0 exit condition. Scope hell is controlled by refusing work that isn't necessary for that exit condition. And spaghetti hell is temporarily tolerated because phase 0 is explicitly disposable, but only until the consolidation boundary. And then it's not accepted. It's not tolerated after phase 0 passes. Don't try to prevent prototype spaghetti by prematurely engineering production architecture. That's how a prototype quietly turns into a 5-year foundation nobody intended to build. So after the networked multi-actor prototype actually passes, deliberately stop feature work, not for months, just long enough to make what you learned authoritative. That consolidation pass should be questions that get answered. What did phase 0 prove? What rules changed during phase 0? What rules are actually canonical now? Rules like what's required, what's not, what happens with combos for single players, like how do we make it so that single players don't feel left out because combos can't happen with single player setup, like all that nifty shit. And then after that's done, we clean up the game development document. So after everything is gonna come after the prototype is finished and tested and passed. Hopefully passed. And so this is what I was confused about yesterday. So this is what we're doing now, is the combat. So that's ChatGPT answered that for me. So what we're doing now is we're going back into the matching setup. I don't even care about stop nesting them visually. Put the inner two into a function, the recipe, the ability, and the item. Returns which slot this item fills in this recipe or false. Then the survey reads as 2 loops with a call, and the narrowest first ordering lives in one place. So this is telling me, okay, go ahead and make the call to some other function with the ingredient, the ability, the ingredient struct, which is this up here. This right here is the ingredient struct. The ability, which is from the descriptors registry, and the recipe itself, which is from the descriptors ability. The ability, which is from the descriptors registry, and the recipe, which is from the descriptor registry. Both of those come from the registry itself that comes from the descriptor. So we have both of those. If we pass all three of those things over to the this match slot function that this is suggesting that I make, then we can come back with things. Go, go, go on an adventure. Yes, Kane, we are going on an adventure. We're gonna win. We are going to win. I swear it. All right, so the first thing is we have a full list of ingredients. That's the ingredient list. I'm actually gonna tear this out right now. Just tear it out. For now, cut, save, up, paste. We have the ingredient list right here. This is the ingredient list. This is just a list of all of these, okay? So we can now pass that to a separate function if we wanted to, because this is already doing a lot, matching. Or we can keep this in here, go through the ingredient list, go through the mechanics list for that ingredient. Go through the mechanic list for that ingredient, for each ingredient, and then check the mechanics, the recipes against the ingredient and see if there's a match. And what I mean by that is check the recipe, which I'll bring up over here. I'll just bring one recipe up. Data, mechanics, recipe, Tri-Blaster. We bring the Tri-Blaster up and we check, okay, is there any ability that was cast that matches the Firebolt tag? And if there is, that becomes a possible match. The Firebolt tag is actually on Flamebolt, the Firebolt tag. So, it's not quite the same. It's not quite the same. And you shouldn't be hearing it, so let me turn that shit down. I think it's this one. Is it that one? Is it this one? There it is, it's this one. All right. This one, which is... Oh, it's my system sounds. Okay. Go. There we go. All right, there we go. Okie dokie. I keep forgetting which, because the Rodecaster that I have has a lot of buttons that are all like cross-referenced to voice meter. So let me show you what. Actually, we can do this image instead. So this is a Rodecaster Duo. This is what I have. This button here controls my music, my local music. Right? So you can still hear the music, but if I turn this down, now all of a sudden you can't hear the music while I'm talking. Whereas now you might be able to hear the music when I'm talking. That's this button here. This one here controls, I forget what that controls. This one here is my system sounds. That's where you keep hearing the like dings and whatnot from my streamer bot notifier. This one here is my game sounds. So if I'm playing a game, this is the one that I do game sounds with. This one here is my chat sound. So if I'm in Discord, this is how I control Discord volume. This one here is my music. That's this one. And then this one's my microphone. So I can turn my microphone way down and then you can't hear me until I yell and then you can't hear me. Or I keep it way up and then I have to actually whisper so that it doesn't go into the fucking red. So that's what that one is. I can actually turn on and off the ability for the microphone to go over the stream, which I use so that Kayloon can hear me or Discord can hear me while I'm talking on the microphone. But if I turn it off, you couldn't hear me during that because I turned it off. Same thing with all of the other ones. I can mute the music just by, I can still hear the music, but now you hear it like bouncing in and out. If you're hearing it. And those were all done via the MIDI that this does. And I paid, yes. And I have two of these. Kayloon has one, I have one. Fucking annoying. How expensive these things are and how to get them working with the with the voice meter. Anyway, so we have the ingredient list, which is right here. We have to, if for item range ingredient list, we can print the ingredient list itself. We can print the ingredient, right? So we can go and actually print the ingredient if we wanted to. For each ingredient, the first one here being Flame Bolt, which actually has a tag called Firebolt, which means it would actually match with the Tri-Blaster. Oops. The Tri-Blaster over here, because that tag is looking for Firebolt, right? So we have to say, when it gets to the recipe, when it checks the Firebolt, the Tri-Blaster recipe, it has to say, okay, that's a match. Put it into an ability, matching like struct or whatever. And so we have to actually hold this in this version of the prototype. We're going to be holding basically just a struct. But in the actual game, when we start developing it, all of the abilities and stuff are going to go into a map of some sort that are going to hold, this is a recipe, or yeah, this is a recipe. Here are the actual skills that are in the game that match X on this recipe. Like in this case, that match the tag of Firebolt. That's not an ID tag, that's a Firebolt tag, right? So anything that matches the Firebolt tag would match. The problem with doing it that way is if something matches the ID elsewhere, well, actually, no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter until later, because it's just matching the abilities, and the ability itself is what's going to determine whether or not it uses it for that or something else. So in the range of ingredients, for each ingredient, for each ability passed in the ingredient list. So that's not going to be ingredient list. Ability list. It actually reads better because it's the ability list. Ingredient is the intent with power. So it's an ingredient for everything. It's an ability, but it's an ingredient for, maybe I do just change that to intent ability, because everything's an ability. For things that you're gonna cast, everything's an ability. So, but I can't do ability because ability already exists. That's right. Because ability already exists over here. Except this is descriptor ability, and this is combo ability. Can I use... I don't think I should use ability here. I might. Right. Combo ability is clearer than combo ingredient. Reasonably become Ingredients built. Yeah, okay. That's what I was thinking, but I wanted to make sure I was right. Descriptor.ability is what fireball is. Combo.ability is this particular fireball. Okay. And a composed ability is still a combo ability. Fireball cast by actor A, water cast by actor B becomes steam burst. I like the way this looks. I really like the way that I want to just copy that. That looks so good. Look, I have to copy that into something. Where the hell are you? Where did it put it? That looks so good. Oh, we'll be right back. I didn't even know there were ads coming. That's turned down too low. I need to turn that up. That's strange. Why is that not coming out? Oh well, whatever. Whatever. We'll actually mute the music and turn this music back on during the ad. Just have the music not show up. Alright, so we have that. So good. Okay. So basically, steam burst might conceptually look like this. Ingredients. Yeah. Because ingredient is a role and ability plays in matching, not what the runtime object fundamentally is. Then your struct becomes composed ability, pure ability, which is... Yeah, so this is ability. This is ability because an ability with ingredients, the ingredients are possibly abilities anyway. The one issue here, and not for P0 but later, is that some ingredients or combos could be states, combat field states, or other such non-ability components. Okay, one thing to keep in mind, it says there are still different Go types, descriptor.ability, combo.ability. You can't just do B equals A because Go season is unrelated. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Package combo and unqualified ability means combo.ability, and the descriptor means descriptor.ability. Yeah. So I'll just, can I do combo.ability inside here? Hi, baby. Can I do combo.ability? Did I change my background? As in this? All this? Look, it's invisible now. I'm holding it, now I'm not. Look, I'm holding it. Now I'm not. Now I am. Now I'm not. Yeah, now you don't see the outside. Now I can open the window, and all you see is my hand getting lighter. So that you can see the screen behind me, I can always turn this off. like, I could turn this off. Let me see if I can. I'll end up putting a button to turn it on and off. So how and why? All right. So if I want my camera to, I don't have a button for it right now, but if I want my camera to not have the background, then that's in, if I can find it again, it's in parts right here, right? So if I go to studio mode and I go to the AOCCC group, so you can see that I'm there, right? So if I then go to the filters on the AOCCC group, I can turn that on and off. So you see how that works? So actually I could like literally just create copy. I could just create a button for that right now. And that shows up. Let's go back into studio, go to the AOCCC group, turn on the webcam. So you see that's there. So that all stays there now, right? And so I can turn on and off the filter and turn on and off the webcam with the filter by putting a button on the Stream Deck to work with the streamer bot. So this button here, I can literally just be like, create an action. So let's create an action on here. Action switch, boom. Change this icon to, we don't want that. Change this icon to like camera. And then we can do, just go, like caster desk, and then the same thing for it off. So like now we do this and see how it's like, I don't know if you can see it, but it's like bright and dark. So now on is this, and now what I do is I go to my streamer bot and I go into my streamer bot and I'll just create a new action. Get rid of Discord. We have my camera stuff in here. So let's find my camera. I used to have stuff that changed where cameras were. Solo stream cam control. So now I can just add a new item in here in cat OBS solo stream cam control. Enter a unique action name. Background remove. Okay, so now I have background remove on here, and I'll go ahead and inside here, I don't care about the trigger, right? So there's no actual triggers on any of that. So we go into here, add OBS Studio, sources, set, actually scene, because it's a scene, set scene filter state. And we can take a look inside here, then the inside here. And the filter that we're looking at is inside the AOC group. We turn on and off the NVIDIA background removal. So we just rename this, or edit, rename, copy, and it's inside the AOCCC group. So we go in here, filter, that's starting soon, connection is my OBS, scene, filter is this one, but we can go P, AOCCC group, and then that's the only one that shows up. So now I can turn it on and turn it off. Visible, test, hidden, test. And all the remove desktop is, all it is the NVIDIA background removal. It's a filter that you have. If you have an NVIDIA video card, it's a filter you have that you can just apply and it'll remove the background. So actually, is it? Yeah. Okay, so we'll have it visible. Say okay. And so we'll do this, edit. This is turn turn on background remove. Cam, hats, cam, background removal. Right? Okay. And then we want to turn it off, so we're going to just duplicate this. Duplicate, edit, turn off. Okay. And then we do that, and now it's duplicated. Turn on and turn off. So turn off, we go like this and say hidden. Now we have two actions that we can use inside StreamerBot. I mean inside Stream Deck. So for this one, we want the background to be turned on. So let's go in. We've got all that stuff. We find that the title is turn background on and turn background off. I don't want that to show on here. So I'm actually going to leave those off because I forgot how to do that. And then the toggle off action is turn off cat's cam background. That's the toggle off action. The toggle on action is turn on. Boop. And now if I press the button, why are you not working? Oh, there it goes. So now if I do the button, it does exactly what I want it to do. So right now it says that it's off, and right now it says that the background is on. Just like that. Super, super freaking easy. And just like that, I can turn it on and off on command. So there we go. Done. Super easy how that stuff works. How about that, huh? Yeah, well, I want it to get rid of the banner and stuff because I don't want the banner around me if the background isn't there. If the banner is there, I want the background there. I want it to be a window into my world instead of a window into my computer. If the background's not there, I want it to be me superimposed on my computer. You see the difference? It's like a design difference in my head. So if I want people to see things, I just press a button, and now that took what, 10 minutes for me to do from start to finish? Because I already had it in OBS. But even with that, like, the OBS stuff is super easy. You just add a filter to a scene. Done. And ironically, even with that, oops, I don't want settings, cancel. Even with that, when I did that, I didn't turn on and off the webcam. I turned on and off the background. So the background itself, it doesn't turn us on and off. The webcam itself doesn't disappear. It still has the little background stuff down below. So what I could do is inside the filter, I can make a slight change to have that background still show up a little bit underneath me. Right? So we have that moving around while I move around and whatnot. I just can't make it so that the background itself doesn't show up with it because the filter itself is on the actual whole part instead of on this. Because if I put it on here, if I put the filter on my camera directly, right? Let's take the filter, turn the filter off here. So if I take that filter off and I put it on the camera directly, then give me 1 second, add background removal. Then while this is like this, so that it does what you want it to do, right? It does what you're suggesting. When I go to something like this, or this, there was one that it screws up. Okay, motherfucker. I guess I I was like, hey, this isn't gonna work the way I want it to. And here it goes, working the way I want it to. Like, oops. I love it when a sneeze comes out of nowhere. The fuck? Is that line there? It is. What the hell? What the hell? Oh. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah. So instead of doing it on here, we'll just leave that off. And we'll add it to my camera directly instead. Because right now this isn't. I wonder. I could make. I don't have any of the buttons available on here. Yeah. Very interesting. I'm gonna have to make so many changes to the way I have things right now. Crazy. Why is... Oh, did I accidentally press the Discord button? Oops. Okay. So if I leave this, I just leave that alone. I don't know. Do I want to keep the outline? I don't want to keep the outline when everything's turned off. So we're just going to go into my camera directly, which is this one, I believe. Yeah, and we'll just do that. So instead of on there, it'll be on Cat's M50 Clean. And the way we do that is by turn on, this becomes Cat's M50 Clean. The Cat's M50 Clean, and that becomes that one. Same thing over here. The Cat's M50 Clean, and it becomes this. So then we can do this. I kind of don't want the outline there when that's there. So we're also going to take the outline off, which is going to turn off. Thank you for making me do this, guys. I appreciate it. Dane. So we're also going to take off the webcam under the AOC. So under AOC, the CC group, we're going to turn on and off the webcam with that. Because I don't have another way to turn on and off the webcam. I don't have another button on my... I don't have another button available on the streamer deck. I suppose I could remove this for now. I accidentally pressed the Discord button 3 times. I tried to press these 2 buttons. I'm gonna have to make a lot of changes to the setup because, like, if I turn on the TTS overlay, it gets hidden by the clock right now. So like my voice is hidden by the clock overlay, which is unfortunate because it doesn't show the whole thing. So head over there for now, I guess. And I'll use this button right here to turn on and off the camera. We'll duplicate this, copy, paste, cam background. So instead of that icon, background. I don't know what. There we go. Background on, background off. Yeah, so we can do it that way. And then instead of turn off that. Do I even care about? Yeah, the whole setup is gonna need to change, but like, I don't know. I'll just keep it this way for now, right? So now I have 2 buttons that do the same thing. So instead of that, we can do, this will only take a second through it. Copy, duplicate. So this becomes turn on cat's cam outline. Okay, and duplicate again. Turn off cat's cam outline. And so these will be turn off cat's cam outline. So instead of scene filter state, it becomes OBS. Scene. That source visibility state, and for this it's AOC, and in this one we turn on and off the webcam. So this is turn off, hidden, copy, delete, paste, visible, and then in here, instead of this, we do turn on cat's cam background removal. Refresh. turn on. That's cam outline. It's actually going to be turn off. No, toggle on. And this is going to be turn off. That's cam outline. There. So now we have, that turns that on and off. That turns that on and off. So now we can do this. So now we have it separate. Now we have it separate, so I can have the outline if I want. I can have no outline if I want. So there we go. There, all set. Blink. It just took me a little bit longer than I wanted it to, because I was fighting with myself over whether or not I should have it. So now we can have, oh, you want to see the outline? There's the outline that shows the stuff. And there's no outline now. So yeah. For a moment there, I thought this was freaking K-pop Demon Hunters. I was like, oh shit. So about adding things to your stream. Rob, do you remember watching my stream when we were doing raids and Ashes of Creation? Like War, PvP and whatnot, where I had like everything on the outside was like hidden? Yeah. Yeah, I still have that somewhere. I forgot to make myself dinner, so I bought dinner. 15 streams, yep. Yep, composite blur, exactly. All right, so reachability. Item range and ability list, because we already changed these two abilities. Ingredient equals combo ability. Make sure it doesn't say ingredient up here. Ingredient list is ability. Bar ability list. I bought a sandwich from Winco, but I also bought 2 bags of chips, a bag of pretzels, and a candy bar. And when I say 2 bags of chips, I mean a bag of Fritos corn chips and a bag of Cheetos Crunchy. And I had some of the Cheetos Crunchy on the way home. And then when I got home, I said, why the fuck did I buy these 2 bags? The pretzels were supposed to be fine. I'm not gonna even eat them. Because you know me, if I have a bag of chips next to me, I don't have a bag of chips next to me. So they're downstairs and I'm not gonna touch the damn things. All right, so ability list is this. Ability list equals append ability list. The ingredient. Combo.ability. I don't know if that works. Expected name. Unexpected keyword switch. Expected expression. Where's my switch? We don't want that for now. Undefined ingredient. Undefined combo. Undefined ingredient. Undefined ingredient. Line 10. In help. In help. Undefined combo on line 104. So line 104 is combo.ability. So we can't do that. So I can't do combo.ability. There you go. It's such a minor change, QWERTY. I don't know what other games you're talking about. Just the beginning of that first one. It's such a minor change that it feels like it wouldn't do anything, but it absolutely increases player, not involvement or interaction, but player interest. It increases the intrigue of the story your game is trying to tell, I think is the best way to put it. Increases the it improves the story that you're trying to tell by actually telling the story. Wow, nice. Sometimes I wish I would use AI to just generate the game, but have you seen the lashing out against AI, generative AI in games? Like, it's so bad that I don't even want to use the AI to help me learn Go while I'm coding. Like, I'm getting nervous. 5.6 Sol? What's 5.6 Sol? No. No. $20 per million output tokens? So that could be the tipping point. So it's a level. So OpenAI considers it a level 3 on the 5-level path to AGI. Interesting. Scary. $20 per million output tokens, meaning it's expensive. It's expensive is what that means. All right, so undefined ingredient list. What do I have in... Oh. All right, declared not used item in rec. So now we know that this actually works with those, just to verify. Ability list, there it is. Test intents. So where do I have test intents showing up? Match result is here, which is the ability list. Which is this. Why do I have that? There we go. All right, so we have the ingredients showing up here, and we have the full ability list afterward. So everything's back to the... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, because we're not adding anything to the pure and the composed right now. We're not actually adding those. Okay, so ba-doo. So now what we need to do, now that we have those and we have the ingredients, we know the ingredients are working the way we want them to. let's go ahead and comment that out for now. Yeah, comment that out for now. We have the ability list being appended, so that works. Now for every ability in the ability list, that now comes an ingredient. It becomes this right here. The intent becomes an ability. The power and the ingredients. If the ingredients are empty, then it's not a combo. If the ingredients aren't empty, then the intent actor ID must be empty. So we range through the ability list. We get the first one is Flame Bolt with a power of 16. Got Flame Bolt. Power 16. Example. So now we go through the recipe looking for where Flame Bolt is in the recipes that we have. So there's no Flame Bolt in Black Hole. There's no Flame Bolt. There's a Firebolt. We got Firebolt, not Flame Bolt. Flame Bolt power 16, which has Firebolt. So let's leave Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo open, because now we know that both of these skills can have Firebolt used to cast them. Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo can both use Firebolt, and they both use Firebolt and Electricity. So there's the recipe, Firebolt, and the recipe for the definition for Flame Bolt actually has Firebolt on it. Let's grab Flame Bolt as Firebolt. So we know that that'll work. And now we got to go through all the recipes. There's also the recipe here. So Ionic Blast does it, but also Supermassive Black Hole doesn't do it. Supernova doesn't do it, but Tri-Blaster does. So now we know we have Tri-Blaster and Ionic Blast Plasma Torpedo. Those both have Firebolt in the combo tag. So now what we're going to do is first we're going to just format.printf recipe %s and then ingredients or ingredients wanted, right? And then that's also a %s for now because it's going to be a string. The problem is when we're doing that, we can't do it here because we don't have, because the ingredient list inside any of these is going to be a set of different entries. So in order to do that, when we take a look here, the ingredients are abilities. The ingredient isn't an ability. It can be a tag. So if we look at the types for the descriptor, the ability type for the descriptor has aspect, school, combo tag, domain, family, etc. And so we can match these. The combos can be matched on ID, domain, family, aspect, school, or combo tag. Or state. I think state is another one. So if we look at ingredients down here, ID, tag, aspect, school, combo, or state. State and consumer part of the same one. So we have ID, tag, aspect, school, combo, etc. Aspect and school are there. Family and domain should be there as well. I'm not going to add them now. We don't have anything that has a family or domain that we need to worry about inside the current list of abilities. So I'm not going to add those, but they should be there. to do ingredients. Should also have, and actually let's just cut that out and bring it down here to the ingredient tabs. Should also have family, domain, and family. So the domain is what is the domain? Domain and family should be, if I look at cat hairs. I'm gonna stop those cats from sitting on my desk. Domain and family are what? Good cat. Oh, domain are actions and families. So could have family, but not necessarily domain. Spell, ability, skill, talent, etc. So they should also have the family, but we don't need the family. The domain is whether it's an action or a reaction. And technically, we should be clausing the ingredients on that as well. And domain, which is action, reaction, etc. Okay, so, but we're not doing that for now. For now, we just have tags and IDs. I don't think I have anything with a domain or a school in it. I don't think. IDs. Combo is black hole. So tags, IDs, and combos is all I have right now. So we don't care about anything else. So for the recipe, for each recipe, we need to loop through the recipe itself and then find the ingredients that are wanted in that recipe. And then we're gonna match whether or not the ability has that tag or ID or combo in its setup. So in Tri-Blaster, we want any spell that has a tag of Firebolt, and we want any spell that has the ID of Thunder, and any spell that has the ID of Tsunami. So what that means is we want Thunder, we want Tsunami, and we want any spell that happens to have Firebolt as part of its tags. That would be Flame Bolt. I think that might be Implode. Helps if I use the right set. This one doesn't have any, so it has Implosion for that, but not Melt Weapon doesn't have combo tag there. Parry Riposte wouldn't. Rift Lance doesn't have that combo tag there. Tri-Blaster I think does not. Got to back. All right, ad's coming soon, and I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to throw up the ad now. We'll be right back. I have to wait until the song starts so I can just mute it. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Today, a little bit later coming back from the advert. All right, so we need to loop through the recipes and find the requirements for those recipes. So, if rec equals recipe dot ingredients doesn't work, okay? Ingredient list, which is where else in here? Do I have ingredient list anywhere else in this? So ingredient list here is going to equal recipe dot ingredients. So we go to the types, recipe dot ingredients, which is a slice of ingredient or a slice of the struct. Okay. And we can't do that. So what we're going to do first, check ID versus ID. Then check tag versus tag. Check aspect versus aspect. Check school versus school, which we don't need to do. Check combo versus combo, and check state versus state. And what this means is, what we're going to do is inside the ability, which again is, those are the recipes. I need to find the ability here. Inside the ability, bring this up. Inside the ability itself. Let's go. Which one are we casting first? Inside Flamebolt itself. We'll just leave it open. Inside Flamebolt, we have aspects, schools, combo tags, and ID. ID, tag, aspect, school, and combo tags. We can't check state. We can't check state because an ability doesn't have a state. So the way that like a required or an ingredient forms is if it requires, if an ingredient, if a combo requires a state to be used, then that will end up being on the area, not on the ability. So if there's a state that's required, which will come much later, then that would be on the area, which would be a state of the combat area, and that would be a different check. That wouldn't be an ability versus recipe check. That would be like a combat arena versus recipe check. Does the recipe require a state? That comes much, much later, like phase 3, phase 4, phase 5 maybe. What we're checking now is ID, tag, and combo. ID, tag, and combo. The rest of these to do, not yet implemented. School, aspect, school, state, ingredients. So we have that. So we check the ID versus EID. The way we do this is if ability.id equals any of the recipe ingredients that have an ID. So the way that works is we go into, let's go all the way back over here. We go into the recipes, recipe.ingredients, ingredient, if the ingredient says ingredient.id, if one of the slices says ingredient, says ID this, then that's an ID requirement. It matches. After that, if that doesn't match, we have to check the same recipe for the tags. And then we have to check the same recipe again for combo. So this can't be a switch. This has to be a for loop, which then has to be another for loop for underscore inside the recipe. So for the count and then the ingredient, because we don't have an ingredient in here, right? That equals range of recipe dot ingredients. This right here. And now we have the check. If ingredient dot ID equals ability dot ID, then format dot printf, we have a match. Now that's not going to match with any of them. I don't even think that's going to work right now. Ability.id is undefined. Ability is ability list. Ability list is ingredient.ability list. Go here, ingredient is, oh, I'm sorry. Ability list is the ability list and the ingredient. The ingredient is actually the ability. Sorry. And then we'll just do AB. Just so that we don't have any, we have no collisions. So now we know ability is up here. The thing is, it's ability.intent.ability ID. Remember, we're printing the ability lists down here. So it's intent ability ID, which is ability. I don't think we can do dot intent. I don't think if that works. Yeah, ability as descriptor dot ability in assignment. So how are we going to do this? I don't think that works either. Can't use ability as descriptor.ability value. Descriptor.ability value in 104. That's way up here. Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on, we have the ID already. No, we escaped that loop. Why? Line 104. No new. Oh, because I already did that up there. Ingredient equals ability. Ingredient. Okay. Undefined AB intent. Printf reads 1. Where are you? That actually work? That actually works? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So we should have 6 matches. Actually, we should have 7. So that does work. %s. %s. Comma. ing.id. Comma. AB intent. Ability. ID. Gen. Thunder to thunder, tsunami, tsunami, implode, implode, spirit tether, rift lance, thunder, thunder. So the reason why these work 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in the test, we have flame bolt, thunder, tsunami, implode, spirit tether, rift lance, and thunder. So notice we have thunder, tsunami, implode, thunder, tsunami, implode, spirit tether, rift lance, thunder, spirit tether, rift lance, thunder. So it goes in that order. Not guaranteed, but it goes in the. Notice that flame bolt isn't there. So these are all there, and there's a match for the recipes that we have, right? So let's throw something in there that doesn't have a match. Let's throw flamethrower in there, which has no. Flamethrower has a firebolt combo tag, so we can throw flamethrower in there as well. What else can we put in there that doesn't have like anything that would match? Any melee attack. Capitalize is a reaction, so we can't do capitalize. Domain reaction, so we can't use that. Could use a melee attack, but let's use trip. Let's just use trip. Right? I don't even need to use trip because there's no match on ID. We already see there's no match on ID. We already see that there's no match on ID because flamebolt is there. Right? And so we're gonna put another one in here. And we're gonna add, oops. We're gonna add, instead of flamebolt, a flamethrower. And player 2's secondary action. Player 2 has 1, now 2 actions. So if we do this again, flamethrower is still not gonna show up. But we're gonna see that flamethrower shows up in here. Ooh, look at that, 28.99.7 for flamethrower. Flamethrower's actual power is 28.799999999997. That's a float issue. But if we look at flamethrower, flamethrower's here. We see that there's a magnitude of 9, and there's no magnitude down here, but there's a coefficient, so it's 9 there, and 9 here. 9 times 1.2 is what, 18? No. 10.8? 10.8. We have 9 plus 10.8 is 19.8, plus another 9 should be 28. 19.8 plus 9 is 28.8. There's the floating point issue. Should be 28.8 and it's 28.799999999. So that's the floating point issue I said I'll deal with later. That's all this shit. Float 64 conversions. Float 64 conversions. Right? So, yay. But we have it. we know that flamethrower is in there. We know that it's there because it says flamethrower right there, but it doesn't show up under the match. So we have a match for this, right? So now, because we know we match on that works. Add ability to recipe map with ID match. And then we're going to check the same thing with this. What we could do is maybe we can switch on rec.ingredients no for type or tag switch tag equals ID. So now we do this. AB intent equals AB dot intent. ing.id equals that. So that we don't have to do another for loop every damn time. Make sure. I want to make sure that still works. Case tag equals ID. Boom. There. Intent. The intent is an ID. I don't types intent and then type string. Intent. Maybe intent is the intent. Rec ingredients. ing.id ingredient.id. So it's not AB intent that we're looking at. We're looking at the ingredient ID is equal to the intent ability ID. What we're looking for is ingredient equals ID. ID not equal to nil. Right? Right? space ing.id ing.tag tag is not equal to nil because it's a string. AB intent is the ability ID. AB intent. We can't do the intent. We can't just do the intent. The reason why we can't just do the intent is because when we just do the intent, all we have is the ability ID. We don't have any other information about the ability. We do. It's intent dot, it's ability dot ingredients. It's ability ingredients. Shit. It's not. We don't have anything else about the ability. All we have is the ID. Shit. We have the registry. We check the intent against the registry. We have the registry. So now we have to cross-reference the registry with that, not the ability list. All right, so we check the ability list, and then we grab that item from the registry. All right, so we check against the recipe requirements. Recipe.ingredients. If the ingredient ID is not equal to nothing, if the ID isn't equal to nothing, then we grab the ability ID. We don't have to grab anything from the registry itself. We just have the ID. If the ID matches, we have a match. Now, if the ingredient is an ID, if the ingredient is a tag, if we're looking for a tag, like Firebolt, now we have to check if ingredient.tag is Firebolt. Now we have to check the actual abilities combo tags. And the problem now becomes the ability has a combo tag that can be multiple. For example, is implode the one that does multiple? One on that, none there, one there, one there. There's one that has, all right, so here's one. Ionic Blast has 2 combo tags. So you'll notice that Ionic Blast can actually qualify as an Electrify and a Firebolt. And the reason why is because Ionic Blast actually, the recipe for it is an Electrify and a Firebolt. So, and this is where the depth of my combat system comes into play. Let's pause the music for a minute. When you're casting skills in the game that I'm hoping to actually make work well, right? When you're casting something, player A casts a Flame Bolt, which has the tag of Firebolt, okay? Player B casts a Thunder, which has a tag of Electrify. So that's a Firebolt, this is Electrify, right? I think Thunder has Electrify. Let's just double check that. It should. Thunder has electrify. Okay, so when these two players cast this, we have a firebolt and an electrify. Tri-blaster requires a firebolt, a thunder, and a tsunami. Tsunami is water. We'll just say it's water, soak or whatever, right? So Tri-blaster takes all three of those, shoomp, and those just go into that becomes a Tri-blaster. But let's say that now you didn't have this, right? Let's say you don't have tsunami itself. Let's say you had something else, right? A different water spell. Let's say you had water. And Tri-blaster itself actually requires, right now, requires tsunami. Or, I can't do an or in here yet, but let's say that I said or ID water, or tag water. Let's say that I did that. An ID of tsunami or a tag of water for this one. Now, because these two combined already for something else, right? Later on down the line, let's say that it wasn't Tri-blaster and it was something else. It required electric instead of thunder. So now we have, instead of thunder, we have electric. And something else required electric. Now you have this spell, which has been combined into something else. Flamebolt has a from the player who cast it, Flamebolt has a power of 17. Thunder has a power of 31. So that equals a power of 48, right? Times the coefficient of the Ionic Blast, which is like, let's say it's a 1.5. So that's now, instead of 48, that's now 76. That's the total power of Ionic Blast, as opposed to the 48 from casting them separately. That's the goal that I want to allow. I'm not going to be able to figure out all these different combinations. I'm simply going to be making skills that have the ability to combo into other things. And I'm going to have the resolution go in certain ways. This idea right here, that taking, let's erase all of this. Taking a singular tsunami, which has a power of, say, 17, and a firebolt, a flamebolt, which has a power of, say, 20, and a thunder, which has a power of, say, 19, those totaled equal, what is that, 20, 40, 60 minus 4 is 56? That's 56, right? Go ahead and ask me how I did that in my head like that, instead of just adding the numbers. I added 1, added 3, 20, 40, 60 minus 4, because 3 and 1 is 4. So that's a 56. 56 general power for casting them separately. But Tri-blaster has and I'll actually go in here, Tri-blaster itself, if I go into the spell instead of the recipe, Tri-blaster has a coefficient of 2. So instead of that 56 times 2, that's now 112. So instead of casting those separately, you cast them together and they become more powerful by default. So with that idea in mind, right, you then take that and you say, all right, so let's put another thing in there. So like, let's say we do a fire lance or a fire. We'll do like, instead of this, we'll do like a flaming tornado, right? So a flaming tornado. So we have a flaming tornado, which is obviously water and fire, right? And then, so that ends up being, instead of 17 and 20, so that's 37, but let's say Flaming Tornado has a multiplier of ×2 as well. So now Flaming Tornado has ×2, so that's, instead of 37, that becomes 74. And then you add 74 plus 19, And that's 73 plus 20, which is 93, times 2 is 186 instead of 112, because you took these two and you made the highest value out of them. Remember, these 3 become 56, these 2 become 74. The system itself will say, no, this 2 ingredient option is more evocative, so it's going to use that one instead. It's going to take all the combinations that everything can make, and it's going to say which ones are the highest value. This flame tornado with a 2 ingredient set, or if flame tornado requires water, fire, and wind, and let's say that the wind has a thing of 19, but this one has a Triblaster has a coefficient of 2.0, but Flame Tornado has a coefficient of 2.2, right? And so thunder or wind. So now somebody casts wind and somebody casts thunder. You don't know that Flame Tornado is in there, but you know that Triblaster is in there. So they want to cast a Triblaster and have a wind spell coming out afterwards. So they cast it. They get a notice. There's a new spell that you have discovered. They notice that Triblaster doesn't go off. New spell discovered. What the fuck? Ingredients, this. And then they see the thunder go off separately. Or maybe the thunder goes off and that flame tornado instead turns into a lightning storm. Because it's whatever, right? Or maybe flame tornado ends up being a combination of them. But the idea is you take these, and the total of these 3 just on their own is 56. With a Triblaster, that becomes 112. But then you take these 2 and this one, and those 3 is also 56 alone, but then that's a 2.2. And so 56 times 2.2 isn't 112, it's something like 130, 180, 136. So 56 times 2.2, 123. So that then becomes 123 instead of, forget the 74. That becomes 123 instead of 112. So then the system will say, all right, instead of this, now we have these 3 that go in there. Triblaster gets cast and you'll get 112 power from it. Or Flame Tornado gets cast and you get 123. Flame Tornado wins. Triblaster takes these 3, and this is left alone. That's the idea for depth that I want my system to have. And then it goes through again and says, okay, now we have Flame Tornado at 123, which used Tsunami, Firebolt, or Flame Bolt, and whatever wind spell it is, Gust, right? And so now we have, like, maybe we have a Firebolt, which is what we had up there. Maybe we also have a water spell, and Gust does a wind spell. And now maybe we have another combo ability that looks specifically for a fire, a water, a wind, and a thunder. And the winds, the water spell here doesn't provide water, it just provides tsunami. But the result, Triblaster or Flame Tornado, both provide water. It expands on what they can provide. Like, there's a whole bunch of different ways that we can do this. This is the idea that I want. That's what I'm trying to implement. That's what this is trying to do. So that's what I'm trying to get set up with this. So I want to make sure that I have this ability. I don't think this ability is in there yet. This isn't, like, if I try to do this right now, did that actually parse? Hold on. Helps if I remember all the... That actually parsed. Holy fucking shit. Load parsed. Do I have a recipe that... Do I have a recipe that I can... Do I have a recipe that's looking for tags? So Triblaster is looking for 2 tags, water and firebolt. Do I have a skill that provides water as a tag? Ingredient.tag, comma. We can keep the ability ID. Tag is not equal to nothing if ingredient.tag equals, we have to go through the actual descriptor, we have to go through the registry, get the ability, get the abilities combo tags, and see if any of the tags equal the tag here. Get ability from registry. Check ability combo tags versus tag. Recipe tag. Tsunami matches tsunami. Tsunami matches tsunami. What the fuck? All right, so this isn't fully set. Tag match. Firebolt is Flamebolt. Electrify doesn't go on Flamebolt because it's the ability ID we're looking at. So I think this ends up being there. I think. We don't need print the ability list. Flamebolt, Flamebolt. Tag match, water, Flamebolt. Firebolt is Flamebolt. Water. It. How do we... check ingredient ID versus ability ID. Just making sure that this still works that way. ID match, thunder, tsunami, implode. All right. Now, we need to verify, check the... If the ingredient has a tag, loop through the intense combo tags. So, tag equals or tag equals maybe no, we have to get the ability from the registry. First, get ability from registry. AB ability is registry AB intent dot ability format printf. I don't think that's going to work. Cannot index registry variable of type. Can't index registry. Can't index registry. Oh, wait a minute. Dot. This is ability mechanic. String ability. I haven't even touched the freaking AI today. This is great. This is great. So I have all the abilities. I have all the abilities. This is going through every time. So, you know, the ability here is Flame Bolt, and we have all the information. We have domain, schools, combo tags, Firebolt. Combo tags, Firebolt. So it's ability dot combo tags. So we have the ability from the recipe. We have the, so get ability from recipe, a recipe. Get ability from registry. Check ability combo tags versus recipe tag. So we have that. Now we need to ensure tag match. Don't want that just yet. If registry ability dot combo tags can we do exists inside or contains? There's a contains thing, right? Using go find element in slice. And then use a loop or index 0 and 1 to find the target element. So I could do, I don't even need that. I could just do 0, 1, 2. I could do, you know, do another 4. But I don't want to do another 4. There's a contains. What go method allows you to look through a list of items with a contains keyword. Slices.contains. Slices.contains. If slices dot contains and then the slice, which in this case is the ing dot tag, oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh, sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus is fucking good. I'm I'm learning. I'm learning so good. So good. So fucking good. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, we'll be back in 2.5 minutes. All right, I know what we need to do. God, learning Go is so fun. All right, so we're not using A, B, and rec, but I want to, check the recipe with the ability. Checking ability with recipe against recipe, right? So we're checking the ability against the recipe. Checking ability ID against recipe ingredients. So first, we don't even need this in here. Cut. format.printf, checking ability against registry ingredients, and then we'll have the stuff here, right? So the ability is going to be in here. It's reg ability dot name, and the registry of the recipe ingredients is literally just reg recipe dot recipe. And then we're going to have, if we have something, the ID matches. So we have ID match. That should work. New line in argument list, line 135, 135. Needs a comma there. Undefined AB intent. AB intent. AB intent is not. Undefined AB intent is up here. Cut. Paste. Regibility.name undefined. Descriptor ability has no field or method name. Descriptor.ability, no field or method. That's because it's in the definitions. So we, instead of name, we can just do ID for now. Motherfucker. Checking Flame Bolt against Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo ingredients. We have a match. Flame Bolt is now matched to Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo. Checking Flame Bolt against the rest. Checking Flame Bolt against Supernova. Flame Bolt against Tri-Blaster. There's a tag match for Flame Bolt and Tri-Blaster. So this works. Now we need to do the same thing with the combo. But I don't know how to do it with the combo just yet because the ability list has to be re-updated. And that's where I'm going to get stuck. I'm going to need more help because the ability list has to get re-updated. But we're ranging through the ability list right now. So the minute we add something to the ability list, we get fucked. But let's finish the first run through first. Case ingredient.combo. Go back up to ingredients. .combo is also another string. If combo is not equal to blank, then loop through intents. Fuck. No. Combo list. Combo is a combo attack. Or a combo ability. Uncastable. If slices dot contains regibility dot combo ingredient dot ID, then we have a match because the ability is now a combo. No, regibility combo tags. So the register, no. If because we have the registration, the registry ability. So we don't need to use AB intent.ability ID because we're already in there. So now we can just use regibility. .id. Just use regibility ID. The hell? Line 172. What the fuck? Oopsies. Yeah. All right. So we have the matches. Right? So we have the matches. They work. Now, because we're using regibility as the ability mechanics with the intense ability ID. We go through ability.id versus recipes recipe ID instead of regibility.id. Yeah, regibility.id. AB intent becomes reg ability ID. Still work. So that is right. Regibility.id. Ingredient tag. Ingredient being the recipe. Ingredient. We're in the recipe. Recipe ingredient equals recipe ingredients. Copy. If recipe ingredient.id, recipe ingredient.id, recipe ingredient.tag, recipe ingredient.tag. Nice. You know what I'm concerned about? You're gonna release something and it's gonna like shoot a whole bunch of like shit over my screen. Please don't troll me. Because there's a whole bunch of stuff I can use. Like, dude, I'm not using AI to do the code right now. I'm not using AI to do any of the coding I'm doing right now. It feels so good that I've learned enough to where I can actually check things kind of iffy myself, but like 2.5 weeks and I'm doing this on my own is fucking great. It makes me feel like I did when I was in school in 1996 learning fucking Visual Basic when I wanted to learn fucking C++. And they made me take Visual Basic in Java instead. Oh, another music release. Nice. Nice. I need to go downstairs and get another release. I need another soda. So I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this now because I'm excited about what this means. It's got nothing to do with coding. Nothing at all to do with coding. Okay? But if I go if I go here, if I look at this, the average viewers I have right now, average viewers per stream, oh, that's awesome, dude. So it's been going up since I started like doing, if I go all the way back to like 2011, it's not going to show everything because it doesn't actually do it, right? Because it doesn't allow me to do 2011. Right? It's not gonna, oh, look at that. Look at that. 2011. It does have 2011 here. Does it really? There's no way that has to. There's no way that's 2011. Oh, can I go back before 2011? Will that actually go back further? No. I don't know what day that earliest is, but that's definitely not 2011. Like, because in 2011, in September of 2011, I had thousands and thousands of views. So that definitely doesn't go all the way back that far. But what I want to point out right now is if I go back to when I started casting again was 2024, when I started pushing casting in 2024. If I go back to 2023, and I go back to like January of 2023, right? And I take a look at this, you can see that I didn't actually start, I wasn't doing anything in 2023. And like I come back in like December 1st of 2023, December 12th, maybe that's 2024 right here. That's actually 2024. So if I go to 2024, we'll go to 2025 and then go back a month. So if we look at this, you can see that I started casting somewhat regularly again in December of 2024, right? And so I've had big times where I don't cast, but that's not going to be happening now. What are you talking about? 11 albums live now. That's awesome, Demon Wolf. Trying to get my usage of the unlimited downloads on Suno used better before I'm capped. So your albums are Suno based, which I won't use Suno, but all the more power to you. But what do you mean 3 points of coming? What are you talking about? Anyway, so for this, right? Oh, no, many more. Many more than just 3 times I came back to streaming. Because from 2009 until 2000, we'll say 2015. From 2009 to 2015, I think if I go back, we go back to 2009. And I stop it in 2015. And I stop this in 2015. We'll make it 16. Right? You know what doesn't have anything there? During that time period, I had, that was my peak. I had thousands of people watching me during 2011, 12, and 13. Yeah, I had thousands. I was the person who streamed StarCraft in the best way, like in the best quality. I was one of the people went to watch for Skyrim when it was released. For StarCraft 2, the beta, I was the one of the few people that was actually streaming it in high quality, and I ran tournaments. So I was like number 1 or number 2 for a vast majority of different days, competing with channels like 4Player Podcast, who were also at the top during that time. But it doesn't have any of that here. So in 2015, I moved across the country, stopped streaming, decided I'm not doing anything anymore. Like that was 2015, right? So if I go 2015 to 2022, May to 2022, now we see 1 million minutes watched from 2015 to 2022, but I don't know which one of these is 2022. Oh, that's 2009 to 22. I'm sorry. So I go 2015 to 2022. So there it is. It's around 2015. I want to say 19, right? So notice how my viewership is going. This is on average views. My viewership is going down. From 2000, well, I'm going to bring this to 2017 until 2022. January of 2017 to August 31st of 22. 1 million minutes watched. 12 average viewers on January 1st of 2017. Because I quit streaming. I moved across the country in 2015 and just dropped dead I just stopped streaming. I went back to school in 2017. I started going to Sonoma State University. And I was on campus and I was streaming from on campus when I was playing games. But these breaks here, where I have no viewers and whatnot, those were times while I was at school from 2017, 2016 really, until 2023, I was going to college. I got my master's degree in that time. So all of this here, we can say, okay, I was not streaming from this point here, which is, I want to say this is 2017. You know, during the summer, I'm streaming there, whatever. We'll say that's 2017, right? Until 2022, I'm not really streaming. December. So the times when I'm down here are times when I'm doing stuff at school or I'm going out with other people during that time period, right? So my average viewers at that time, when I came back from streaming the first time, is about 8.8. I'll go to 2015 here because that's when I stopped. January update. 8.8, December 31st, right? 8.8 average viewers. I changed this, that's 15 to 17. I changed this to 17 to 20, January 17 to December of 2020. And I'm down to 7.2, right? So I go from, I've got pretty decent viewership down below that. I changed that from 15 to 20 to January 2020 to December of 2024. We'll go November of 2024 because that's when I said I'm going to start casting again. I'm down to 3.8 average viewers and I have a lot of downtime because I'm not really sure that I'm going to start casting again at this point. The reason I'm bringing this up is because now, from January in 2024 until today, I'm getting viewership going up. The average is going up. I mean, yeah, I'll have days like this. That day I got raided. This day I got raided by a fairly big group of people. But you can still see, like the whole of the first half of January 2024, I wasn't casting. This is November of 2024. That's when I said I'm coming back. And then I took time off here. So this time here, this June to August, I don't remember what that was. I know exactly what this is. I don't remember what this was. I think this was a move across from where we were living to where we're at now. I think that's what this was. And starting to try and really get my editing business going. But from here, this was AOC crashing and me getting super depressed and saying I'm not going to cast anymore. From that point on, we go January, we'll say February of 2025. We'll say January of 2025 to now. This break right here is Ashes. Oh, this break right here is Ashes of Creation. This break is the one where I think it's when we moved. And this right here, you can see it's just going up. We're on an upward trend. And most of that is because I've been spending a lot of time in software and game development and talking to people more often. And I'm like, out of soda. And I'm like, this is interesting to me because I didn't think I'd start gaining in viewership again. I didn't think I would actually start gaining in viewership again at all. I thought I was dead in the water. But people are coming back and seeing me, and I'm trying to make it so that I'm not like raging anymore. And I think I'm doing a fairly decent job. And so I'm gaining average viewership. I'm gaining a little since I started casting regularly again. So I'm bringing this up because I want to thank you people for sticking with me through all the thick and thin. And I want to welcome new people because this is going to be consistent. And I'm hoping that you all enjoy where we go with this and maybe learn something right alongside me. I've been paying attention to this stuff. Like the unique viewers, that's how many people come in, look, and leave. Or come in, look, and stay. Yeah, Al, you do lurk a lot. There's a lot of people that lurk that I know who lurk that never show up in the viewer list, either because they're not logged in or whatnot. I don't pay attention to the viewer list, and I generally don't pay attention to the people who are watching until after my stream is over. And then I go look at how many people have watched or whatever. I start doing the research on the back end of things. Even when I say I'm logging off at night, I don't actually log off. I do some research and then I go to bed. So I know that there are a lot of lurkers. And for those of you who are lurking right now, thank you. I'm not going to call you out. I never will. I want to be able to give back to the world things that I've taken from the world. I will not, I'm sorry, Demon Wolf. I appreciate the offer there, but I don't want AGI-based art, music, video on my stream. I don't want to engage in not AGI, fuck. What the hell is the term? Yeah, words are hard. I don't want to use generative AI on my stream. And Suno is generative AI. Additionally, I don't mind stream beats. And if I want something that's not stream beats, I can always, I can always listen to the THA. Like, pause and then play THA, right? I can always listen to THA. THA is the Hamster Alliance. He's been making music since 2004, I think. And I've been using his music on my stream. It's free of ability to do. I've been using his music on my stream since I started streaming. He used to be a regular in my channel. His name is James Gilman. He used to be a regular in my channel. Yeah. So, yeah, I appreciate the offer, but unfortunately, no. With that said, there's an ad coming in 25 minutes, but I need... Oh, so, no, it's not the they basically said use and they don't care. It's that James Gilman literally has... He literally has a licensing set here, revised most recently last year. All music is under the following Creative Commons license. You can use the music for non-commercial purposes if you give credit to the Hamster Alliance, which I obviously do. Additional restrictions. You can't use it for religious, political, media, for artificial intelligence, like you can't use it to generate music. And you can't use it as music inside a music promotion channel. You can use it for your monetized YouTube or Twitch streams, for school projects, for performances, for internal company videos and presentations, for your artist demo reels, artist show reels, and video resumes, as long as the usage isn't specifically to profit off music, which is what the Twitch streams is for. such as with a music channel. Do not upload my music to music channels. Because he's freaking amazing. He's been like that since I've met him. And he still makes music all the damn time. Like, the most recent one is this one right here. So I obviously will always promote Hamster because his music it's what made my stream successful in the very beginning. Was his music. So I give him props. As a matter of fact, I think I have him as a music contributor on my channel, I think. Twitch.tv/Katrina/dash. I know it's not the right one, but no, it is the right one. So if I go to Community, Roles Manager, do I have him listed here? Ben Burns, who made my... Yeah, so he's actually listed in my roles too. So Hamster's right here as an artist. And there he is. And there's his page. He just doesn't do anything. Follow. But yeah, about highly skilled slacker, super wizard class dork, and there's all this stuff. But yeah, he's actually listed as an artist because he provides some of the music that I've done. So he's always going to be here. And actually, I could make him a VIP as well, just because he's awesome. So yeah, if he ever shows up, he's a VIP and he's an artist because his music was literally part of my intro, intermission, and outro setup from back in the day when I was bigger than I am now. That being said, I need to go get a soda. I've been talking about getting a soda and this thing is freaking empty. And I need to go get a drink because my throat, I'm starting to cough a lot because I talk a lot and dry air because AC. So I'll be right back. No ad. There's an ad coming in 20 minutes. I'm not putting up an ad now. But we'll be right back. Jesus, the kids outside are loud. Remember that pool I pointed out yesterday? Yeah, the one that's right behind me. They're loud. Got myself a banana. All right. So we have the combo tags. Oh, back to the other stuff. So thank you for being a part of my community. Please, if you are so inclined, feel free to become a part of my Positivity Palace as well with the Discord. Here's the link. Feel free. Join up. The Positivity Palace. Because I try to be positive all the time. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes it is very difficult. But not always. All right, so back to this. We have the matching list for ingredients, for IDs and tags. Tag match is here. Firebolt matches flamethrower. Because flamethrower looks for firebolt. Checking flamethrower against Triblaster ingredients. Firebolt matches flamethrower for the Triblaster. So Triblaster has firebolt that works. So Triblaster can use flamethrower. So now we need to do the same thing for combos. But I don't know how to do this for combos. So it's not regability.com. It's recipe ingredient.tag, recipe ingredient.id. So what we're looking for is if the ability doesn't have a combo. The ability is going to be the ID. If the ID exists, if the ability ID exists in the recipe ingredient.combo, I think. So that's backwards. All right, and call the slices.contains S type string does not satisfy. So this is what I'm trying to figure out here. If we look at, recipe ingredient dot combo. If recipe ingredient dot combo, we look at recipe ingredient, recipe ingredients ingredient dot combo is a string. A tag is also a string. We look here, tag. But if we look at, we're going to close that one. If we look at Triblaster, it's ID or a tag. So how do I do this? Because if we now look at Triblaster, we look at Tsunami, checking Tsunami against, etc. Tsunami starts here. Ionic Glass note, Supermassive Black Hole note, Supernova ingredients. Supernova has 3 ingredients, it's none of them. Triblaster has 3 ingredients. We have an ID match of Tsunami to Triblaster via ID. Tsunami. So it doesn't even have to check water. But if I change this, if I turn this around, that should match on the tag instead of the ID. go back up to Tsunami. And so because ID is in there, it matches on the ID first. If I remove ID, that should now match on tag. Making sure it matches on tag. Still, water tsunami, yeah. So it'll match on ID first, and then it'll match on tag, regardless of what order they're in. So it matches on ID, and then interesting. Interesting. So it matches once and that's it. All right, so now if we want to match something against a combo, we have to go look at the supernova. Implode, spirit, tether, and melt weapon. No, we have supermassive black hole. Has black hole as a combo. No combo there. No combo. All right, so we can't actually match on combo yet. But the way it works is combo is looking for the spell Triblast, which is, it's still a spell, it's just not castable. So combo Triblast. Or this could be all three of them. No, it has to be Triblast, so we're not going to do that. If recipe ingredient combo is not equal to blank, so we have an ingredient that has a combo, so that's still there. If combo is not equal to empty, then we're not going to have, so combo is just a single ingredient. So a combo ingredient is just, it can only be one in that list. You can't have something like combo or ID. That doesn't work. We can't do that. Well, we could do that. Because maybe we have Triblaster or ID like trying, right? So we could have either one of those. That doesn't change anything. Ability ingredient references an unknown ability. Fine. I guess my checks work. But we could do something like that. So we can't just say no, combo is just one. So what we do is combo is also a list, but because that's not the same as the no, we check the combo against the fucking ID. We check the combo against the ID. Because the combo is an ID.
I am the computer.
This is a good song.
I am the computer. I am the computer.
I am the computer. Uncastable ability ID. So the way this
I am
works
the computer.
is
Won't you come and play?
if
I have
recipe
a math processor.
ingredient
Process math all day.
dot combo equals this ability.
I am the computer. I am the computer.
Is that really as easy as this is going to be?
I am the computer. I am the computer.
There's no way.
I am the computer. Won't you come and play? I have a math processor to process math all day. I can go online, so you can
Motherfucker.
play a game with friends and other people who know you by nickname. Won't you come and play? I am the computer. Malfunction.
You think it's still wild to see me actually coding instead of... So there's like 6 different streamers that I've started watching who are all doing general, just basic coding. There's quite a few actually. So if you go into the... I want to make sure this is muted, okay. So if you go into the software and game development. So let me see if I can find somebody that's actually doing general code. This isn't coding. I can't stand that person, so don't follow them. It's not that I can't stand them. I can't stand what they're doing. There's one person that I haven't. Oh, Solgren! Holy fuck! Hold on, hold on, hold on. What the shit? No fucking way. Hold the phone. Just hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Cat Rainer says, OMFG Solgren.
Hello, Cat Rainer. Welcome there. How are you today? This day. Now I have memory of goldfish. Can only remember last month's or so. ADHD brain.
Solgren was... Oh my god. Oh my god. He doesn't remember me. Or she doesn't remember me. Solgren, I don't know, but so Solgren's freaking amazing.
So you know Michael underscore 1985.
All right, so there's an ad coming. I'm gonna throw the ad up right now while I'm talking to Solgren here.
No matter what. You mean Bushy the guy? Or the game? Blast from Darkcast. Oh no, haven't seen him. But he out there. I talk to Beef and he talked to him. So he out there somewhere. Or Beef sometime get in there every other month or so. Yas been drawing some up past year or so. Streaming, I mean. Hope you've been doing well. Oh, thank you.
What a day!
I'm making wings of V2 now.
Ah,
There I was, an ordinary mom. Then I slid into my computer chair, and with a few clicks of my mouse, I became a mom on the net.
I'm just waiting for the ad to finish.
Yes.
An interesting looking game. All right, so ads are done. Solgren is somebody that I used to, who also used to be in my channel a lot. I don't even need to do that.
Underwater.
We'll go here, do that, do this, bring this over, look for, I'd want to be the guy. I want to be the Bashi.
Bug, video IG US.
This is
Funny bug.
Solgren. Hold on. Goddamn camping noobs. It's Bashi time. It's Bashi time. This is Solgren, person who made this game. And person who made this game, this is a rage game. Much the way of I want to be the guy and Super Meat Boy and whatnot. I will never not have that game. Ever. I will never not have that game. Because it's great.
And go stop walking cause I did the chase and ad away.
So, seeing them online just like I'm still suffering from shivers right now because this person is part of the reason I started looking at coding in the first place. So yeah. Anyway, Just wanted to say hi and follow because I was talking about you literally recently and saw you just now online. Cast blast complete. Beep. Like, wow. It's a nice VTube model from neck up. I don't like if I ever made a VTuber, let me tell you this, Demon Wolf, okay? If I ever made a VTube avatar, if I started VTubing, and I think this kind of goes in line with what you were asking about furries and whatnot. If I ever started VTubing instead of doing it this way, it would be a Phoenix or Phoenix-like. And even though I'm well endowed, the VTube model would not be well endowed. I think that's too much. I think that's way too much. Actually, I don't think Rin Vixen's on right now, but let me just one more quick thing. I'm gonna take off from here and Rin Vixen and see a quick video of Rin's on Twitch. See a quick video of Rin's. This is much more my style.
I know they make more than enough.
But more than just
They just don't
this,
want to pay
maybe
it.
a little bit closer to like
That's
half
it.
body or full body. But yeah, much closer to what I would be doing. And if I started doing that, I'd
I
probably
know
start
two
fucking
biggest
dyeing my hair
clinics
and
in
shit too.
Australia, and one of-
Because I used to do that all the damn time. So, yeah. Anyway. Wow, that was a blast from the past seeing Solgren. Holy shit. Wow. All right. All right, so we have Firebolt matches Flamebolt. Tag match. Firebolt matches Flamebolt. We want this. We want to match only when it matches. Do we want this in there? So copy. Oop. So yeah, paste, paste, and paste. While checking Flamebolt against Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo. Tag match. Flamebolt. Firebolt is Flamebolt. So we can, instead of just tag matched, ingredient tag, Firebolt. ID matched. ID matched. These are backwards. Recipe, ability ID. While checking Flame Bolt against Tri-Blaster ingredients, tag matched. All right, so tag match, Firebolt. Ionic Plasma requires Firebolt and Flame Bolt provides it. Tri-Blaster requires Firebolt and Flame Bolt provides it. Thunder provides Ionic Blast requires Electrify and Thunder provides it. Tri-Blaster requires Thunder and Thunder provides it. Tri-Blaster requires Tsunami and Tsunami provides it. So we could do %S requires, so %S requires %S. %S provides. So %S requires %S. %S provides. So the way this is going to work, ID matched. Thunder. Tri-Blaster requires Thunder. Thunder provides. Recipe requires blank, provided by blank. Recipe requires blank, provided by blank. Recipe requires blank, provided by blank. So this ends up being recipe requires and then that ends up being double. Switch R, switch N. Recipe requires combo tag. Recipe requires recipe requires ID %S. Recipe for S requires ID. Requires ID S. Recipe for S requires tag %S, provided by ID %S. Requires tag. Provided by ability S. Registry recipe.recipe requires tag %tag. Okay. And then Recipe for blank requires combo %s. Combo %s provided by ID. Recipe. Ingredient combo provided by registry ability. Make sure that still works. Recipe for ionic blast and plasma torpedo requires tag firebolt provided by ID flamebolt. Copy. What's the next? I don't even want to check it right now. What's the next thing that we need to do? Now we need to add case recipe ingredient aspect not equal to nil. Case recipe ingredient school not equal to nil. Case recipe ingredient dot state not equal nil. Case default. We're not even going to use a default at the moment. So descriptor.aspect and untyped nil. All right, so now we have to add to recipe map with ID match. So this is going to end up being another thing here. So the thing is, when when we have a recipe that has 1, 2, 3 ingredients, when we find a match, if it's ID, wow, that's a great D, ID, tag, right? We have ID tag. Then when we find a match, like for example, we find a match, we find a match with, say, Onic Blast requires torpedo. We have Firebolt that provides it. Onic Blast and Plasma Torpedo requires Electrify and Firebolt. So we have Firebolt, we have Thunder, right? We have to check the ingredient list. So first check all right, has every recipe that had at least one match. Remove recipes that have only one ingredient. Combos require 2+. Right? So right now, this is in the ability list. So we need to make the ability list. Right? We need to make the ability list. I'm gonna have to loop multiple times. Shit. I have to ask. I have to get guidance. Why did it find it 3 times? This is backwards. This is backwards. I have to do it differently. I have to do this differently. Let me explain why. Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo requires tag Firebolt, provided by ID Flamebolt. That's not what we're doing. We're looking through Flamebolt first. So instead, ability %S provides matches %S provides %S, right? So that ends up being ability %S, reg ability dot ID, matches recipe registry recipe dot recipe provides by ID. So we don't need any of the other stuff. Ability matches recipe blank by ID. Okay. Then we have the same thing here. Ability %S matches tag %S required by matches %S recipe %S by tag %S. And so this is registry ability dot ID, which would be dot name, but we don't have that included here because it's in a definition file separate. Matches recipe reg recipe dot recipe, because that doesn't have a name, it's just an ID. Recipe ingredient dot tag. And then ability %S matches recipe %S by combo ID %S. Which are switch on. Home by ID. So this ends up being ability ID, recipe, combo. So now it actually matches a little bit better. Flamebolt matches recipe Ionic Blast by tag Firebolt. Flamebolt matches recipe Tri-Blaster by tag Firebolt. Thunder matches recipe Tri-Blaster by ID twice. Nope, that's once. Thunder matches recipe Ionic Blast by tag Electrify. Thunder matches Tri-Blaster by ID. Thunder, oh, that's right, there's 2 Thunders. There's 2 Thunder in implementations here. There's Thunder here and Thunder up here. So Thunder's cast twice. So of approaching it this way. Mapping with recipe as key.
Intelligence accepted this transmission.
All right. I think I need another struct, and I think I need a mapping. I think I actually need two mappings in order to make the matching work. And I think it needs to be outside of this loop. And then I think I need to go into the loop again to check the combos. This says the map is the right shape, the value isn't. 4 things: slot identity, ability, loses which slot each item filled. You need that to detect the Thunderfield's ID and tag case and to confirm every slot is covered exactly once. Key the inner value by slot index. Store indices, not copies. Commit has to flip consumed on the original entry and ability list. A copy in the map is a dead end, which also means adding consumed bool to ability. You named it. It isn't in the struct yet. The loop order can't do narrowest first. Right now it's slots outer with a switch inside. So the switch picks the narrowest metric for that one slot. but narrowest. First is a property across the whole recipe. If a thunder matches slot 2 by tag and slot 0 by ID, it must take slot 0 and your loop hits slot 0 or slot 2 in authored order, whichever comes first. Invert it. Matcher width outer, slots inner. How? How do I do the matcher width on the outer side? Oh, wait, what? Matcher width outer, slots inner. The non-castable branch appends an error. Oops. So hold on. Ability loses which slot each item filled. Slot index as key gives you double claim protection free. Occupied slight, move on. Slot index as key. Slot index as key. Recipe ID, slot index ability list. Key the inner value by slot index. You need that to detect the Thunderfill's ID and tag case to confirm every slot is covered exactly once. So it matches by ID here and here. So it matches by ID, but ID's already been matched, so it shouldn't actually work. That's the problem. That's the issue. So once it's already matched, once I already have a match for that, it needs to be not consumed, but matched. So we have the match, add ability to recipe ID with a match. To the recipe map with an ID match. Hold on. You see the comments in the switch statement. Add ability to recipe match map with ID match. This would be adding an ability and the matching slot as ID. Commit has to flip consumed on the original entry to an ability list. Which also means adding consumed bool to ability. All right, so I got this far without having to do any more learning, but good. We got there. On the map shape, your loop already computes both pieces at the moment of the match. Which recipe, which slot, and which pool entry. Which recipe. Reg recipe. Dot recipe. I don't see reg recipe.recipe in here. Fuck's it talking about? I have it down here. At the moment of the match. Yeah, at the moment of the match, yes. It does it down here. Yeah. Right now you only range for the value. So the indices are thrown away. Right. Because I don't fucking need them. Then the right at your comment is claims reg recipe dot recipe slot equals I. Claims, that makes sense. And the guard right before it is slot already a key in that inner map? Recipe slot is the ingredient. Oh, that's your second Thunder case. Tri-Blaster slot 0 is taken, so Thunder 2 can't have it. The inner map isn't extra machinery. It's a 2 facts you already have okay. You're right that the slots are a thing you iterate. The issue is when you stop. Your loop runs every slot and can match the same ability into 2 of them, since nothing breaks after a hit. And within a single pass, the first slot that matches wins regardless of whip. So slot 0 is a tag match and slot 2 is an ID match. Tag takes it. Don't write on first hit. Walk all slots. Record the best available match. Then write once after the slot loop and move on to the next recipe. Same through loops, 1 extra variable and 1 ability can only ever claim 1 slot per recipe. Write once after the slot loop. On sorting, agreed, the algorithm shouldn't care about order and it doesn't for correctness. The problem is only ties. 2 recipes at identical value and Go's randomized map iteration hands you a different winner each run. So the same input produces different combat outcomes. Your precedent chain ends on a random roll anyway, so this is about reproducibility. A failing test, you can't rerun. A desync, you can't trace across 1. Slices, sorted map, keys, and only matters once ties are actually resolved, not now. I thought it meant tying 2 things together. Okay, ties are... The non-castable branch needs continue and ability needs a consumed bool field. All right, I will be right back. There's an ad coming in 2 minutes. I'm going to throw it up now. I'm going to pause the music, and we'll be right back. All right, so I need to figure out what this means. What does this mean? Second. Give me a second. Excuse me. Hmm. Huh. Okay. So don't write on first hit. Walk all slots. Record the best available match. How do I do that? Oh. All right, so for the chord once thing, a variable like matched outside switch. Outside the Motherfucker, I was muted. Hi, Al, from like 20 minutes ago. The great Charles IX, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Thank you for letting me know that I was muted. I think I muted it when I sneezed and forgot to unmute it like 15 minutes ago or something like that. Anyway, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I'm having a mental break because I did all of this today from here down without touching AI. No guidance, no nothing. And I'm stuck. I'm like, how am I supposed to do this next part? So I've had to ask AI for guidance again. No, the nom noms was just a banana. So yeah, and I'll eat a banana on stream without any problems. I have no problem with that. Hell, when I go down and get my sandwich in like 30 minutes or what time is it? Yeah, when I go down and get my sandwich in like half an hour to an hour, I'm gonna eat that on stream. Maybe. I like this. I like being able to switch this now. It was a pretty good, like, ooh. Like, I like that. Your guild isn't raiding this season? Oh. I've heard that this raid tier is actually bad. I don't eat the banana half. Taxian. I'm not eating the whole banana at once. No. I was like, I almost didn't catch that. Almost. My arm is so like scratched. Like there's so many scratches because of that damn cat yesterday. It's so annoying. Oh. No, it's that damn cat. It's your cat, and it's that damn cat. Okay, I thought you were sleeping. I didn't expect you back in here. So I'm having issues. I got this done, no AI. I'm learning stuff, right? I figured out how to do the loop and whatnot. And now I'm like, okay, how do I make sure that this gets added to the... So each recipe in the set has a list of ingredients that it needs. This is looping through and figuring out what ingredients are needed by what recipe and saying, okay, yeah, this ability matches that ingredient for that recipe. And this is how it matches it. For example, the spell Flame Bolt matches the Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo recipe by using the tag Firebolt. It's this one, but it's for a different skill, right? So if I bring up that skill, if I bring up Ionic Blast, I bring up this skill. So this skill has Firebolt in it as an ingredient. It's a required ingredient to cast it. It is an ability that can't be cast. It has to be comboed. So in order to do that, it says, okay, here's the recipe. Here's what it does. It needs a Firebolt. It needs a Firebolt and an Electrify, and it can have one of these two possible outcomes, depending on which one was. Like, I don't remember what the specifics I have for the outcome for it. I think it's whichever one has the highest value or power or something behind it, right? I don't remember the specifics, but it requires a Firebolt. So Flame Bolt has the tag Firebolt on it. If I bring up Flame Bolt, the actual ability Flame Bolt, Flame Bolt, where are you? Flame Bolt. I bring up the actual ability. Flame Bolt has the combo tag Firebolt, so it can become an ingredient in any recipe that requires a Firebolt. It can also become an ingredient in any recipe that requires a Flame Bolt, which is the name of the ID of the skill. So it can combo in two different ways. It can actually combo in a couple of other different ways as well, but I'm not using those yet. That comes later. So Flame Bolt combos with the tag Firebolt and becomes an ingredient, or can become an ingredient in Ionic Blast. Okay, so boom, we have paint, we have Flame Bolt, we have Ionic Blast, IB, and Plasma Torp PT has now one ingredient on a tag. On Flame Bolt, it has one ingredient that has been added, which is now on Firebolt, rather, it is now equals Flame Bolt. Okay, so now, Ionic Blast and Plasma Torp can now not yet be cast, but it's almost there. Right? We keep going through, and we're like, okay, Flame Bolt can also become applied to Tri-Blaster. So Tri-Blaster now has also Firebolt, which can be applied by Flame Bolt. So those are the two that Flame Bolt can actually apply to. It can only apply to one of them. It can't apply to both. So now we go through and we find something else it can apply to Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo. And now we see that Thunder can also apply. Thunder can also apply via a tag Electrify. Electrify is now Thunder. And this one, that is now a full potential match. So because that's a full potential map, Ionic Blast and Plasma Torp should be possible match. Possible match. So that should immediately be thrown into the, hey, this is a possible match, because it now should have, Ionic Blast should have both of them tagged. After Thunder is done, it should say, okay, we're now tagged, right? There's no other ingredient here. It's only by tag. It can't be done by ID. So that should then say we're set. I'm having trouble getting my head around what the AI is trying to tell me to do and what I'm thinking should be done, because I don't know enough about slices and maps and indexing and all that. This is general basic, I think basic programming stuff that I just don't know enough about yet. Which is why I'm having trouble now that I'm not employing the AI to guide me on how this should work. So if I go over here, and I create a new chat. If I have recipes that require ingredients in my project, spells, abilities. I have abilities as recipes that require ingredients, ability ingredients on tag, ID, combo, and ability that can't be cast, etc. And I want to loop through finding all the recipes that an ability can apply to based on recipe ingredients, considering ingredient list can have multiple options like tag X, ID, Y. And I want to put a potentially completed recipe abilities match into a comparison for best highest value wins before consuming that ability for that recipe, and an ability can only match one ingredient slot on any recipe. How might I do this? Explain as if I didn't know much about programming. Go, but have some knowledge with slices and loops. Provide minimal code, as little as possible, to explain the procedure. If you want, you should have access to my repo for this, but here is the current work for that loop. Copy, paste. This should actually walk me through what's going on and what I need to do. Keanu Sleeves. Some of these song names. At least you're not like AI do the job for me. I don't know. No, I absolutely need to learn, because so there's like 4 reasons why I don't want to use AI to just create the game. I've done that before. I've tried that before, and it got to a point where I didn't understand what was going on. So if there were a bug later, I would not be able to troubleshoot said bug. That was the initial version of this game where I wanted to try and get things started. Because I didn't learn anything from that, and I expected to learn something from that, I learned nothing from it. I said, okay, I can't do it this way. And so that was mostly vibe coding. So the 4 reasons why I don't want to do vibe coding style work now is in no real order of priority or precedence. Is I need to learn the language. I need to learn Go. And when I start working with Godot, I need to learn C# better than I do, because I don't know C# very well at all right now. I know some, but only through CPH with StreamerBot. Okay? So I need to learn the tech. Secondly, I need to be able to recreate this and learn, through learning the tech, I need to be able to recreate this so that I can then troubleshoot if there's a problem. Because if somebody says, hey, we tried to cast Tri-Blaster and it wouldn't let us even though we cast these 3 skills, I need to be able to go into the code and troubleshoot that without saying, hey, AI, what's going on here? I need to know what's happening so I can then protect against it in the future and know how to protect against what might not show up with new code in the future. And yeah, the AI can help with that, but I won't learn anything if I just tell the AI fix it, right? So that's two. The third reason is that I want something that other people can see where you can do it with help, going to school, reading books, whatever, and you don't need AI to make good stuff. And by the way, AI doesn't help you make great stuff by just you having AI do it. It needs the human, like, novel invention stuff. Like, I know there's games out there that have some of the ideas that I'm going to be putting in place, but I also know that there's no game out there that has a couple of the ideas that I'm putting in place, or at least none that I know of. And I've done some significant searching on specific topics regarding things that I'm doing. But like turn-based simultaneous action, like simultaneous resolution, that's been done in a lot of different places. Combo attacks has been done in a lot of different places. Some of the other stuff that I'm thinking of has not been done in a lot of places. And the fourth one is, right back to the first one, I want to learn. And I haven't done enough coding in my life when I've wanted to code all my life. Like, gaming is in my blood. I've been a gamer since I was really, really young. But my parents bought me an Atom Home computer system when I was like, it was like 1984 or some shit. Lee, you're gonna love this. Atom Home computer system, 1984 cost. You're gonna love this. So I had the Coleco Atom Home computer system from my parents in 1984, 1985 or something like that. The original price for the standalone package, this thing was $600. This thing was $600. Okay. Tape drive, I played Buck Rogers on that. I learned Logo on this, which is like a sibling to Pascal. And I learned how to code on this. I learned BASIC. This was in 1984. Lee, this was $600. $600 in 1984. I looked Smart Basic. Smart Basic. Built-in software that made it largely compatible with Apple II. My aunt had a Commodore 64. And this was the ColecoVision Atom Home computer system. So that's 1984. I've wanted to program since then. I started programming with BASIC since then. And if I had kept up with it, I'd probably have been a coder now for years. But I didn't keep up with it. I definitely got into computers. I was using computers. I was on I don't even remember. The earliest one that I remember using other than the Atom was a Pentium 2, 75 megahertz or something like that. I don't remember using it, but I had an i286. 386. Something like that. Anyway, I took this apart and put it back together. I literally took it apart and put it back together. I remember doing that. So, like, being able to learn and show that you can do it is secondary to me to learning and knowing that I know the language. 15, 20 years ago, I knew Visual Basic really well. I don't know Visual Basic as well anymore. I knew Perl really fucking well. I had websites that I was running tournaments for games on, specifically Heroes of Might and Magic. But I had one of the first tournament sites for a game like that it wasn't tied into the game directly, but players would post their results and the system would check it and validate it and make sure everything was working. And then humans would come in and double check them, especially if there was an error. Like if there was a bug or something, or somebody said, hey, this looks kind of sus. I don't know Perl very much anymore. And I don't want to get into web coding because it's not the type of coding I want. I want to learn how to do my website, but it's not, this is the coding I want. I want compiled languages. I I want to know how to use them. I want to know how to make games with them. Making games is something I've been... Dude, I made a fucking choose your own adventure game in 1990 at the Fitchburg Public Library on one of their computers. That's funny. That's funny. All right. The clean way to think about this. Recipes have slots. Abilities are tokens that can occupy slots. Of course. While checking in a recipe, you're trying to answer, can I assign one unique ability to every ingredient slot? Yes. Do not consume anything while answering that question. Your current loop is mixing 3 separate jobs. Discovering whether an ability matches a slot. Deciding which ability actually occupies each slot. Deciding which completed recipe wins. Those need to be separate. If ingredients can contain multiple alternatives, such as tag X, combo Y. All right, so means that as soon as tag is go enters that case. If the ability doesn't have the tag, it still will not check the combo afterwards. Wait a minute, what? Wait. Let me show what I meant by that. For the ingredients and clarity. And that works. All right, I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be right back. Ad is incoming. All right, we're back. Okay. Turn those off. Turn those off. Have my sandwich. Roast beef and chicken sandwich. Good. Who's Jeff? Who's Jeff? Nice. Oh, Bezos. Yeah. And no, ads were a thing before Amazon bought Twitch. Glad you guys didn't see that. I'm not going to tell you you have to. I agree. The ads only run because I have to have them run. Even if I had pre-roll ads on to try and turn off ads all the time, they would still run every hour or so. Like it sucks. They do. Bits do end up having a cut taken out, but it's much, much smaller, and it's not on the streamer's end. It's on the cheering person's end. Like, they still get their cut, but the cut comes from you when you buy the bits rather than when you give them to me. So if you're going to spend $5 on a sub or $5 on bits, the sub will give me about $2.50. The bits will give me about $4.20. $4.20. I'll figure it out today. maybe in an hour of going over it, I won't know it well enough for like a couple of days doing it over and over again. And then if I don't do it after that for like a week or two, I'll forget it and I'll have to go over it again. But the idea is constant renewal and constant rewriting to commit things to memory so that I understand them, while also not putting myself in a position where I'm learning something that is bad form. So exactly. Also, from what I understand, humans learn best by doing. They commit things to memory better by doing than they do any other form. So the more I do, the more I'm likely to remember. Or failing and never getting better in my case. Need to hide my camera for a minute. Motherfucker. Because I was eating and I had to do other stuff. I don't remember muting it again. All right, so I understand what this is trying to say. It's saying that I should range, or it's saying that it might be better to range over the abilities within the recipe instead of ranging over the recipes within the ability. Because right now I'm ranging over the ability, and then I'm ranging over the recipes, and then I'm ranging over the recipe ingredients. And I understand why. I told my AIs to not swear. ChatGPT has used it once since I said that. Claude hasn't used it at all since I said that. So I can understand why it's suggesting that I like the thought process. All right, we have a recipe, we have incoming stuff. Can this recipe be satisfied by the incoming abilities? So we have abilities on the stack. Can that stack fulfill this recipe? Whereas I have an ability coming in. What slot does this ability go into for each recipe that's available? And so what I could do is I could take the recipes and see straight up, okay, here's a recipe. Can it be filled? No, throw it away. Next recipe, can it be filled, right? What? All right, so I understand what I need to do. We have the stack. Boop. We have the stack. The range of intents. This is the actual stack. This gives us the ability list right here. We have the ability list. Now, we don't have to range over the ability list. We have all the abilities that have come in. We've gathered their power levels. Their power levels being, oh, I told my daughter she needed to call me more often. Yes. Hi. You're sick. Mama doesn't feel very good right now either. You might have gotten Mama sick. Sick. Yeah, shit happens. I have $0 to my name. I just went to the store when Mom was visiting you. I got $10 more from her, and went and bought gas and food to last until Mom comes back. That was it. Yeah, you should have said something. Have you tried calling her? Hold on. Kayloon. Lee baby, wake up. Lee baby, wake up. Wake up. I know you're watching me on your phone. Wake up. Lee baby, wake up. All right, she might wake up now. She might wake up. I would suggest calling her. I know she's like not feeling well. She told me she wasn't feeling well. I told her I'm sorry. She said she was going to try and get some sleep, but she's been falling asleep with the stream on. So she's probably got the stream on right now. Okay. Yeah, she misses me a lot. I miss her. My God, do I miss her. Fucking love my wife. Your mama is amazing. Well, thank you. I love you too. I hope you feel better. Yeah, give mama a call. Yeah. All right, give mama a call, see if she's awake. If she's not, she'll call you back when she wakes up, or she should. Okay? All right, bye. That was my youngest asking me for money. Because that's what she does. That's what kids do. They love you and they ask you for money. If I had money, I would have given it to her. I don't have money to give her right now, so. All right, so I have the intent. I'm looping through the ability list. I'm just going to keep it this way for now because, again, this is all going to be redesigned later anyway. So we loop through the ability list. For every ability, check each recipe and see where that ability slots into that recipe. And if it doesn't, then if it doesn't slot into any, then we don't have a match and it doesn't matter. Right now, we have matches for everything. In the test file, we have matches for everything except this second thunder ability right there. And that second thunder ability is there for a specific reason. Well, actually, we don't have a match. Well, we have a match for this, but these two aren't going to combine into anything. Well, they might. Actually, those two might. Those two might combine into this. No, fire. Yeah, fire and electric. So these two will combine into so Tri-Blaster. This doesn't combine into anything until Melt Weapon is there. This will be a Plasma Bolt or Ionic Blast. And then when this comes in, this will combine with these up here to make a supermassive black hole. An adult kid. Hey, I'm an adult kid. Hey, come on. All right, so we have Tri-Blaster. We have this will end up being Supernova. Together they make black hole. Together the three of these make supermassive black hole. And this, no matter what, will make will create a an Ionic Blast or a Plasma Bolt. Plasma Torpedo. So they have matches. So for every ability, does this match something? Does this match something? Can this match something? So because of that, I'm going to actually put one in that doesn't match a damn thing. Copy, paste. This is going to be basic attack. And that'll be player 5's second ability. So a basic attack doesn't match anything. So that we see that a basic attack doesn't match anything. Iron Slot. Let's throw that away again. And throw this away again. Just so that this actually goes through. And see how Flamethrower is there, but we're not going to see basic attack there at all. So we see ability Flame Bolt matches recipe Tri-Blaster. So Tri-Blaster, and this is why swapping it around is a better idea. So Tri-Blaster should now have an ID tag. So right now, if best match is greater than match tag, or hold on. Best match at the start of this is match none, which is greater than match tag. All right. So now we add the ability to the recipe map. And the way this is going to work is we have the map will be map recipe ID, recipe.recipe, right? That's a recipe name. And then that will map to the slot ID or the type. No, the slot. And then that will be the ID, the ability list .id, or the ability list value, right? So it's a like the ability, the index of the ability list. So what this will be is map for this recipe being slot, wrong one, slot. It's a recipe ingredient for this recipe. This recipe is recipe reg recipe.recipe, reg recipe.recipe. That's the ID. So that would be everything for this ID. The slot would be so this recipe's slot. How do I do the slot? So it would be like the slot number for this would be like 1, 2, and 3. So I'd want this isn't a match, it's a possible match. That's the problem. That's the problem. Right? That's the problem. When we have the list of abilities passed to us for this combat round, we have to cross-check all of them against the recipes in the system for possible combination attacks, abilities. First, we grab all the recipes. These are already set. First, we loop the recipe. Loop all the recipes. They're already set in the past registry. Next, then we grab each recipe's ingredient requirements, which are also already in red. And check each past ability against that list. If there's a match, we can add that ability to the list of possible matches. Note, a tag entry can only be matched by a tag, by an ability with that combo tag. So tag becomes best match for that slot. I think I was making this more complicated than I needed to be before. I think that before I started writing this out, everything below here was more complicated than it needed to be. A combo ability is matched on ability ID just but for combos rather than castable abilities. Aspect, school, follow the same team. Matching priority is ID greater than tag, greater than aspect, greater than school, greater than family, greater than domain. So if a recipe has an ID and a tag ingredient that one ability could match both of, it will match on the ability, on the ID first. Once we have all matching abilities for the recipe's ingredient list, including all possible ingredient matches for any single ability, we check the power values to determine which combination is the most valuable. Freeze that combination and move and set those ingredients to consumed and move to the next ability. No. We don't set those. Hold on. Because we have to check all the recipes first. All right. Ad, we'll be right back. All right. So, Solgren, sorry about the ads. Sorry about that. It's just bad timing. Because you know ads every 50 minutes or whatever. All right. So what I'm doing is I'm learning Go by creating an MMO. I'm learning C# by creating an MMO too, but I haven't gotten anywhere close to that point. The start here is creating a prototype for the basically for the combat system that I want to put in place for said MMO. It's going to be turn-based, which makes things a little bit easier, but a little bit harder. In that turn-based system, I want to have players' abilities resolve at the same time. And I want to also allow them to combine different abilities, like say, like combining like a psychic whip with a I don't know, with like an overhead slash or something, right? And so now that becomes instead of hitting one target each, now that hits every enemy and it does a little bit extra damage and it's mental damage or whatever. So I'm trying to get it set up so that these recipes have those abilities as ingredients, and different ingredients can make different recipes turn into new stuff. So yeah, combo ability. Yeah, it's a combo ability. But those combos then can actually combine with other abilities or combos to make even bigger combos. So the example that I keep going back to, the one I'm testing with, the one I'm trying to make this work with right now, is I have 15 or 20 different abilities right now and 6 different recipes. And so the quote turn resolution that I'm testing with has 5 players that are inputting 1 or 2 abilities apiece. And these 3 that I have highlighted here will produce 1 ability that I'm calling Tri-Blaster because it's just easy. Homage to Phantasy Star. Then these, the one that's commented out, if that's in there, these 3 would create another ability. And then these 3 abilities together, these 2 combos, and that one would then create an even larger ability. Whereas this one uses the same ability that one of these would use, but it would create a different ability. And this one's just there to say, hey, this doesn't combine with anything and it still works out. And I'm having trouble with this because I'm learning, I'm learning Go at this time, and I don't have a lot of programming knowledge to pull from. So I have the abilities all set, but now I have to loop through and match these abilities to the ingredients of the recipes in such a way that makes everything work for me and work for the combo system. But because I have different ways that those combos can be created, for example, Tri-Blaster requires one ability, one entry that is literally the spell Thunder, one that is literally the spell Tsunami, or has a tag of water. So basically, that one's just a tag of water, because a Tsunami is of that tag. I could put something here that isn't tagged water, which is why it's separated like that. And I need something that is tagged Firebolt. And there are a couple of skills that do. Yeah, I know PHP okay. I used to know Perl really well. I don't know C# well, but I know it better than I knew Go before I started this. I don't know Godot, which is what I'm going to be making the client in. Godot and C#. And like, it's difficult because I'm trying to get through it. So I'm using AI to guide me. I'm using tutorials and boot.dev and the Go website to learn the methods and the arguments and all that go with it. And I've been doing this I've been doing this since August 5th or July 29th. August 5th? Since August 4th. Because I wanted to have the prototype done by the 19th. So it's what? 18 days. So I've already written the loader. I've already written the parser, the YAML parser and whatnot. And now I'm working on getting the actual matching system working. Because if I change this to, let's say I change recipe to recipe, RECPE, and I try to do this, and it's just gonna, underscore. This should fail. Yeah. Field RECPE not found in type descriptor.recipe, unmarshal error. So I have stuff that almost works, but isn't quite fully working yet. Again, because it's a prototype, I just want to make sure that the combat works. If the combat feels good and does what I expect it to, which is feel good when combos hit, then I can push this aside because the prototype now works and start working on the actual game, because everything in the game is going to revolve around the same core ideals that the combo system is working, which makes things very reliant on this working. And makes me very confused when I don't understand why something isn't doing what I'm expecting, which is why I'm typing all this out. So yeah. Oh yeah. I might wind up swapping to an engine later. And maybe all the way over to just C# for everything. I'm not positive that's going to happen, though. I'm really wanting to learn Go, and the primary impetus for doing this is to learn Go and C# and Godot, but it's mostly to learn Go and C#. I know a little bit of C# because of my time tinkering with scripting with StreamerBot, so I know a little bit more C# than I do Go. But I still want to learn them both. Yeah, StreamerBot uses C# a lot. So like, that's what I was doing before I did this. Anyway, music. So that's what I'm trying to work on now, is trying to figure out how to make this all work the way I want it to. Because the more I look at it, the more I'm like, I know that later, and I'm not going to be using for loops and whatnot. I'm going to be using maps and shit. But to redo everything so that I have maps during the loader is just, it's too much work. I have most of this done. I just want to make sure that I've got at least, it at least feels good. It's a prototype. I don't care about it being polished or anything. I just want to make it work. And I don't know how to make it work with the setup that I have right now. So we'll see. Thanatos, shut up. You're not coming in tonight. My back is already destroyed. Silly cat. No. This is the one I was looking at. I'm gonna go, like, let the cat in and then make it leave. All right, so I scroll all the way back down here. I've got my walkthrough. When we have the list of abilities passed to us for this combat round, which is ability list, which is the intent, which winds up with ability list. So once that's done, we have ability list. We then have to cross-check all of those abilities against the recipes in the system for possible combinations or combination abilities to see if we can make them. First, we loop all the recipes. These are set in the past registry. Then we loop the registry's recipes ingredient requirements, which are also in the registry already. Because when we load, those ended up going into this registry right here that then gets passed to the match over here. So if I go match intent, we go, we load, we've got the registry, there's no error, we pass that registry to the match system. The match system is here. We have the intents, which are the skills that are being sent, and the registry. Boom. A copy of the registry. No, the actual Are we sending the actual fucking registry? I'm sending the actual registry, not copying the values. I'm sending a pointer to the registry, so that's the actual registry. That's not good. That's an interesting little jiggle. I'm gonna keep that on, and I'm gonna remove the. Now that you did that, I'm gonna keep that on, and I'm gonna remove the background. Here. And what the fuck? I have this TTS as my own. Yeah, so this is, oh wow, that doesn't look right, does it? And then we'll just do this, and we'll set the opacity down a little bit. So down to like 45%, maybe 70%. That looks good, right? That look good? Maybe 100%. No, I put it at 0. If I put that at 0, So it ends up going behind the cloth. I don't know if that will work. Does that look decent? It looks okay, I guess. I suppose I could keep that on there. Let's move the cloth over. There. So, I mean, that doesn't look too bad, right? And then I can get rid of that too. And that kind of looks a little bit better because I have a background on all the chat. And it doesn't look great. Maybe I have to change the... I might need to change the the font size of block. There, that should look a little bit better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Yeah, I'm trying to make things work. Okay. I think that looks okay. I don't want to put too much into the background, right? So I'll change the opacity of them to like 50%, just so that they don't like overwhelm. No, that's, yeah, see, that's too dark. That's too dark. That's way too dark. So we just won't do an opacity on the clock and just do an opacity on the chat. And that looks, yeah, that's not bad, I guess. Because the opacity on the clock part makes it look bad. Yeah. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Okay. All right, so... And don't worry about distracting me, that was fine. All right, so first we loop all the recipes. Those that are already set in the pat. So the first thing we're gonna do for underscore, comma, recipes, right? In the range, that's the wrong setup. In the range of recipe, registration.recipe mechanics. That wouldn't have super distracted me. I have a button. As a matter of fact, hold on. You want to hear what happens when I actually, because you did the TTS, you ready for this? I'll actually let it go off. I have a button that allows me to do it because I already read it. You ready? Here we go.
Twitch user Hashing Games says,
I didn't do anything. That was it. Da doom ba ooh. Like, it didn't go, hey yeah 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 ooh ah. Oh, it didn't do that. You can try again. You can try again. But if it did something untoward, then I have a like. Oh, actually, we'll do something else here. Hold on. I am good. So if I do a TTS, right? All right, so you're going to see a whole bunch of me just saying test. And it's going to pop up telling me that I have a TTS available. I have a TTS. Well, look at that. Let's play the TTS.
Twitch user Gadrainer says test.
I just killed all the TTS. I just killed the sound. I'll press the button to allow it to go through. I see it. It's sitting right there on my screen telling me that that came through. And it's scrolling on the bottom of the screen. But I have a button to kill the TTS sounds. So I don't have to worry about somebody doing something untoward. I can literally press the button to let it go through. And as soon as it says Twitch user Katrina says, I just press kill TTS. So I don't have to worry about something untoward coming over the screen via a text-to-speech that I didn't want to have happen. Just preparatory. Generally that's not gonna cause an issue generally, but that's based on. So I'm using a TTS bot that I scripted based on somebody else's setup. So if I go into my studio mode and I go to my TTS like setup, which is what this is, the stuff in the lower, like way over there, that stuff that says TTS and all that. That's Content Delta did that bot. And I have, if I can find it here, is it under media? Go to DSK. See the TTS bot by Content Delta right here. So it's a scene, right? So Hype Train widget by Content Delta. So I used some of his stuff, right? And went in to StreamerBot and said, okay, we'll find the TTS. Here's the sound control. Here's my kill switch. Stop all sound playback, stop speaking, and clear the action queue. Done. It kills everything. Everything that's playing just kills it. But if I want the TTS to actually go through, that's a bit redeem. Sorry, it's not a bit redeem. It's a chat redeem, and it's using let's TTS. Here it is. Play TTS message is C#, but it's using CPH inline. So it's like, okay, here's the TTS queue, whatever. Yeah, I have a lot of actions because I have a lot of stuff that's embedded in here. So process TTS message right here, set the argument, and then execute the code to add it to the queue, C#. Like I said, I know a little bit more about C# than I do Go, but that changes as I learn more Go. And this is all CPH, so it's not like actual C#, it's C# plugin code. So if somebody cheers or somebody does a reward redemption or there's a YouTube super chat, all of that. So the cheer, the bit redemption is the cheer. A reward redemption is the thing that you guys just did. And then also a YouTube super chat would come through and do that too. And then I just verify. And there's probably a bug in here somewhere, maybe. But yeah, and then this, actually, when this is done, I actually have it set up to go into the Positivity Palace and answered TTSs. And then I can see it right here. So because when I press the button, it gives the answer to it. That copied from, oh wow, that looks so nice. Copied from Pirate Software by Content Delta and then modified for my own uses. And also, if you notice, I have closed captioning set up. So if you want closed captioning, you can turn it on or off. Just, I have it working for reasons. But yeah, so that's in here. TTS number 1 for today, TTS number 2 for today. A whole bunch of stuff. Pretty cool, huh? I also have, let me go up here. Where are you? The debt tracker, which has never gone above $0 because nobody ever gives me money to answer a TTS. But hey, I don't expect that to happen anyway. So, I just went to the wrong spot here. It's down here. Boop. Really? You guys are just all being stupid. Not you, my windows. Get up there. Close you. You're back. You're back. You're back. That's good. Ow. Yeah, I have closed captions running. That's also a plugin. But that's a plugin for OBS directly, if I remember right. If I go to Tools, Plugin Manager, that is... I think it's a plugin. Cloud Closed Captions. And that's actually running both here and on the one that goes over to YouTube and Kick. So, because I want to be as available for everybody as possible. So, anyway, for recipes equals walrus to range recipe mechanics. So now we're looping through all available recipes. Okay. Check each get for throw away the index for now, comma, ingredients. I think we have ingredients up here. I don't think we can use ingredients. Nope, we can use ingredients. For ingredients, walrus recipes dot recipe dot, and the ingredients is going to be a range of ingredients. So this is going to be recipe mechanics is recipe. We go all the way up to recipe. Recipe has a list of ingredients. So this is a slice. So we have to actually range through it. So instead of this, we go ingredient walrus recipe dot ingredients, and then for each ingredient in ingredients, and that's actually range. So now we have looping through all ingredients of this recipe, right? This is stuff I didn't know 3 days ago. I think this is right. So for all recipes, for each recipe in the registry of recipe mechanics, which again we get from load, and the load function returns load inside descriptor.load loader, boom. The load function returns the registry and an error. New loader being this, definitions, abilities, recipes, and then ability definitions, ability mechanics, and recipe mechanics. We get all this done, gives us the loader, gives us the definitions and whatnot. And then we go down to where those are in the tree. We go, I'm actually gonna go through this a little bit, because if we have the deaths in the registry, then I should probably just put, I should have the registry itself give me, yeah, see, it doesn't, but I could do it. I could do that. So then we validate the recipes, making sure that they're all there, that all of them that are in there are valid. So recipe ingredients have to be castable. Recipe combo ingredients are not castable, and outcomes from recipes are not castable. Thought I was going to sneeze again. So then we validate them. If there are no errors, then we return the registry, which is ability mechanics and recipe mechanics, which is the abilities and the recipes directly. Which is the abilities and the recipes directly. We take the mechanics and the ability and recipe mechanics because they're loaded from all of this stuff up here. So that gives us that. That gives us the registry. While we're in the registry, everything, the ability mechanics and recipe mechanics are quite literally just, this is a recipe mechanic. And they're set that way because I have definitions, which are just the ID, the name, and the description of the certain abilities. Recipes don't have definition files. Recipes are quite literally, I could put name in there, but the recipe is Tri-Blaster, name, Tri-Blaster, right? Just for capitalization purposes or whatever. That'll happen later. So we have that. We are now looping through the ingredients of each recipe. By open, we loop through the ingredients, 1, 2, 3, and we check every incoming ability against those ingredients. Okay, so now we check the incoming abilities. For underscore incoming ability, and this one I don't think we can do. I think we have ability up here. No, that's ability list. Okay, so for each incoming ability, in range, intense. But we already have the intents. So instead of that, that's now the intents are now ability list. So now for every ability in the range of ability list is an ingredient, which happens to be an ability with an intent being this right here, the intent, and the power. It also has consumed and ingredients, but ingredients is like missing and consumed is false. Right? So it's not there by default. The default is false, so it doesn't matter that it's not there. So we can just add that like this. That's not a problem. But that's what we've got. So now that we have our intents, we can go ahead and range through them. Not the intents. Now that we have our abilities, we can range through them. So if this ability can match any of the recipes of this recipe's of the parent of this recipe's ingredients, actually note which of this recipe's ingredients this ability matches. If ability dot ingredients. So we can't do that. So first we have to go ability ingredients. No. It's not that one. It's this one. So first we have the ability ID. Format, I don't even have to do format print. We have the ability ID, which is basically this stuff, right? Spirit tether. So the ability ID, and I can just scroll down here and show you. The ability ID is, right in this version, it's regability.id. Regability is the descriptors, ability mechanics for the ability ID that we have. So I can grab the ability mechanics, which will give me the entire ability instead of just the ability from here. And so what we'll do is we have to grab that ability from the registry. So ability mechanics, walrus reg.ability list ability. Ability equals range of ability list. For each ability in the ingredient. No. For each ingredient in the ingredient list, check all abilities. The first ability against the ingredient. First ingredient. Tag Firebolt. Check all the abilities that have come in. We have to check the intents, which is ability list, which is now abilities instead of intents. It's now abilities instead of intents. Because we have the ability. It's like this because composed abilities are going to also be abilities with ingredients. The first run is going to have no ingredients. We don't need to check the ingredients of the ability for the first run through. If the abilities ingredients value is empty, then we have a is not empty. Then this ability is a combo. If ability dot ingredients, if length of ability dot ingredients is not equal to 0, do the combo thing, but it is 0. Note which of this recipe's ingredients this ability matches. So now, instead of just the length of ability dot ingredients, we need ability dot ingredients to be a value. It needs to be a variable. So ability ability ingredients. Kind of makes sense, right? If the length of ability ingredients is not equal to 0, then do the combo thing. Then we check the ability ingredients for no switch. Ability ingredient. No. Ingredient. Tag ID tag combo base ID base tag base combo. That work? Recipe ingredients. Recipe ingredients is an ingredient. Ingredient is this. Ingredient is a struct. I can't do a switch on ingredient, but I can do it. Case ingredient.id. Not equal to nothing because it's a string. Okay, so same thing here. Ingredient dot tag not equal to nothing, and then ingredient dot combo not equal to nothing. Because they're all strings. Okay, we have that. We need to get rid of slices for now, because it commented that stuff out. This is an ID ingredient. This is an ID ingredient. Of course, it's going to do that all the way down because it's looking at the abilities against every one of the recipes. right? So the recipes are all going to say that these are ID ingredients. So if the ingredient is not equal to null, which means that the recipe has an ID ingredient, then what we'll do is, for I is the ingredient index, R is the recipe index, and A is the ability index. And I'm not sure I need those two, so we're going to keep those two out. And we're going to go ahead and actually, let's do this. I is the ingredient index. Index %D has an ID ingredient, comma, I. Index 1 has an ID ingredient. Index 1. So that's on the first recipe, and we'll actually this. And now we have index 1, index 2, index 1, index 0, 1. So, okay, the very first one, index 1, has an ID ingredient, but it's checking against, each one of those is checking against every one of the abilities inside. Supermassive black hole, index 1, has an ID ingredient. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of them match supermassive black hole. What the hell? For every recipe, recipe.recipe ID. Hold on. %S. Recipe. Ingredient 1 is an ID ingredient. Ads coming in. Not index ingredient. Not index ingredient. struct type. So I need ingredient range ingredients. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, dirt. All right, we'll be right back. That's better. Interesting. Nine abilities for supermassive black hole. Why? Is that because supermassive black hole actually breaks down to black hole? No. It's because I have 9 incoming abilities. You have an ingredient ID. Supermassive black hole. We'll just check first. Right? And look at supermassive black hole. ID 1, index 1, is Riftlands. If that's not equal to that, then... Excuse me. So we have ingredient type equals ingredient.id. Ingredient.id is not equal to nothing. If ingredient.id equals ability.id, then we have a match. Recipe %s ingredient number %d matched by %s. Recipe.recipe, comma, I plus 1, comma, ability.ability ID. Ability.id. All right. Supermassive black hole, ingredient number 2 matched by Riftlands. Supernova, ingredient number 1 matched by Implode. Ingredient number 2 matched by Thunder. So now we have this. And now the ability A matched by ability intent number %d. Comma A intent number 5, intent number 3, intent number 4, intent number 1, intent number 6, intent number 2. And now we have these two are now physically separated. I'm learning Go, so I'm not streaming in Go, I'm streaming in Noob. I'm streaming in trying to learn things so that I understand what's going on. I've already done this in a different way with some AI support, not copy paste, but like learning how to do it. And now I'm trying to do this in another way. So this is the one that started telling me, and then I said, okay, well, this feels off. I've been programming in Go for 18 days. And day 1, I had no idea how to do anything. And day 18, I know some stuff. Anyway, how you doing, Simone? Welcome in. It's nice to have you here. We call this Positivity Palace because, yeah. You work and go in your professional life. That's awesome. Awesome. So you can laugh at how really bad my code is. Because I know my code's bad. I've been doing this for 18 days. I have some coding background, not a lot. And what little I do have is from C# with StreamerBot, which is very little. And Perl, PHP, Visual Basic, Cold Fusion. I don't think I did anything else. 25 plus years ago. So it's been a thing. It's been a thing. I try to code every day. There are days where I code less than others. For example, next week, Tuesday and Thursday, I played World of Warcraft in Burning Crusade Anniversary. And next week, Hyjal opens up, so I'll be doing that. But let alone doing it in public. Oh, I'm not just so here it comes. Here it comes. I don't know if you saw the title. I don't remember what the title says right now. Go, C#, and Godot, all of which I have either little or no experience in, to make an MMO, which everybody says is fucking a fool's errand to begin with. And I know it's going to take me years to do it. And I don't care, so I'm doing it anyway. Because the main goal is to learn. And I'm a little bit older. I'm 51 years old. So, like, I've been streaming since 2009. So I've been streaming for, like, 17 years. I called myself a tool. Oh, no, I did say it's a fool's errand, didn't I, Rob? That's okay. You're not a fool, Rob. So I don't have a lot of time. Being 51, I don't have a lot of time. I don't have the same amount of time as somebody who's like 20 or 30 starting this stuff. So while I want to make other games, I want the MMO to be the focus of how I learn to make those other games. And then maybe later, while I'm making this game, I'll make some smaller games on the side. But this is how I'm going to learn. And I'm going to make this MMO. I'm going to complete it and I'm going to release it. Because damn it, that's my goal. But yeah, the main goal is to actually learn to code Go and C# and to use Godot. That's like the main impetus for all of this. I have more courage. You have a lot more experience. I like coding like this because if I make a mistake, inevitably people are going to come in and say, hey, you've made a mistake here. Why don't you try doing it this way? Or I'll say something like, how do I make this work? And somebody will say, oh, you can do it like this, and not give me code, but actually start walking me through things, which the AI can do, but a lot of the times it just comes back with code as well, which I kind of don't want. Like at the beginning, I wanted a little bit of it so I could see and learn from it. But now I want to just be explained things. And if I still don't understand it when it's explained, then maybe a snippet or a lookup or something. Because that's the only way I'm going to learn is by doing. I'm not going to learn by having it vibe coded or whatever. Fuck that. I don't want vibe coding. I appreciate the people who do it and can pump out like whatever. But I don't want to do it. I want to spend the 2, 3, 4 years learning how to do something so that I can get it out there. Which reminds me, for those of you who don't know, I'm going to be asking somebody at some point in the future to do some music for this game. I know I'm going to. But at some point in the future, I'm also going to be learning how to code music. I'm going to learn how to code music. Wow, my stream is lagging. I'm gonna learn how to do this. This is mine, this is somebody else's. I just copied it from them. But I'm gonna be using Strudel to do it. Oh, did he? So at some point, this is its own programming language, its own scripting language. At some point, I'm going to do this too. Anyway. I'll ask Prophet. I'll make an inquiry to him later. That's not going to come for quite a while. So, yeah. But I will learn how to use Strudel as well. So, because, and just to be clear, to be abundantly clear, I only know about Strudel because of Switch Angel. So, something like I only know about it because of Switch Angel, which is like this.
In the beginning, there were 5
This is the one that was
notes,
just going on.
04097, 16 notes in the scale of G minor.
He's amazing.
Subtract 1 octave.
That's, as you can see, the same side. This is Strudel.
Sound
So I'll
was
learn by
sawtooth
watching
wave.
her.
Tamed with acid. Controlled
Boy
with
with
a slider.
Artism, I love your name. Welcome to the channel.
Visualize the lead with piano
So
roll.
I'll learn by watching Switch Angel videos.
Next, kick drum. Trance kick drum. 4 on the floor. With the scope.
Programming to make music.
Increase the power
So good.
by ducking our
So good. Anyway. Oh, did that turn back on my... It did. It turned back on THA. All right, so back to this. So, ingredient D matched by intent D. We don't want the intent value. A is the intent value, or the ability that came in. So instead of intent D, we want matched by S. Actor string, comma, action number D. So we should be able to do that, right? We don't need A anymore. So A is going to go away because we don't need the ability from the ability list. Well, we do, but we're not going to use it here. So this is going to be, let's go back here, put that on a new line, put that on a new line, I+1 so that it looks like a normal number instead of 0 indexed, comma, enter. All right, now we need the actor and the action. So this is ability list dot actor ID, and then ability list action ID, comma. Ability has no field. Okay, so now we can go back to intent equals. No, it's ability. Why did I do that? It's ability. Silly me. There we go. Supermassive black hole, ingredient number 2, matched by Riftlands. Actor P3, action number 1. We go over to the the intents that we done in the test. Rift Lance, Actor P3, Action ID 1. Supernova, ingredient number 2, matched by Spirit Tether, Actor P1, action number 2. So by doing this and looking at like supermassive black hole, we now know that ingredient number 2, which is ingredient ID 1, has been matched. Add the match for this recipe, this ingredient, by this ability to the mapping. And this is where I get a little bit confused, because the mapping should be a map of recipe ID. This ingredient is an integer slot, and then this recipe, this ingredient, by this ability. And this should be the ability list ID. Ability list index. So this should be A. This recipe, which is just the ID, this ingredient, this slot. So that's what this should be, right? And so before we even get to here, we need to have set up the recipe map ingredient. Potential map. Now the problem with this is, when we do this, this is only a potential map, which means that that slot can have multiple. So this is going to be a slice. Or because the slot can have multiple in them, actually, motherfucker. No, I can't do it that way. So right now, the ability list has a power value to every ability that gets put. So if Rift Lance has a, no, it's only Rift Lance. So that's what I can do. If somebody has a better, a more powerful Rift Lance, it can go in. They don't get a choice. They have, the whole point of this is to have players have choice, but let's say that player A casts a Rift Lance that has a power of 79 and player B casts a Rift Lance that has a power of 85. And player A wants his Rift Lance to be a part of something bigger and player B wants the Rift Lance to be a part of something separate. Do I want it to always just provide the most bang for its buck? Or do I want players to be able to make fucking failures? To like, oops, we didn't optimize that. We could have done better because your ability was cast and it took the place of my ability, which was going to do this other thing. I don't know if I'm explaining that right. So if player A, if player A casts an ability that groups it with player B's ability, so ability A and ability B combine to make ability C at 97, right? And that's so player A and player B, right? But if player C then casts ability B, and if player A and player A's ability A and player C's ability B would have combined to make a different ability C. We'll actually make this A and B combined to make ability Z, which is 97. Right? But then another ability C could have combined with ability A to make ability Y. Well, let's say that ability A in both cases is at like 30, right? But this ability and ability B and C are both different. And this isn't 30. This would be 27, and this would be 33, right? I've done some programming before, but not a lot. I did a significant amount back in 1996, 97 to about 2003, 2004, and before 96 when I was a wee youngin'. I was 20 years old, programming in school, and not college, high school, and like from 17 to 20 in high school, and then at the local library, I would like commandeer their computer and just start programming in BASIC on it. But after around 2004-ish, I stopped programming and I just started gaming all the damn time. Thank you, World of Warcraft. And so I haven't programmed anything of any significance since about 2004. Even though I've dabbled with it consistently over the last 25 years. Nothing consistent, nothing of relevance since 2004. So I'm coming back into this with having dabbled in stuff over the past 10 years for like a week here or 2 days there. Some coding in C# in plugins for StreamerBot, but nothing major. So this is it'll be my first ever release if I ever get it done. It'll be my first ever programming executable if I ever get it done. So this power level of 33, this power level of 27, they combine to make Z for 97. And B is at like 40. And C is at like 40, right? And this one would make the ability at 104. But because 33 and 40 looks better than 27 and 40, the minute that this goes in, it says this one takes effect. And because that one takes effect, it becomes this whole thing, because that's a higher power level than this. And that's the concern I'm worried about right now. If that ends up happening, then this one wins, and they end up losing 7 power on their ability. Because player A's ability A just decided to not be, or ability A from one player decided to not be the best choice for that. So that's what I'm worried about, but I'm not sure. I think that'll come in later. Right now, we just have to match stuff by... No, but I have that already in there. I already have the power setup stuff in there. It's already in here. It's what this is. And it's already computed inside, not the match test, it's computed inside the loader as part of the whole. No, it's actually computed up here. My bad. It's computed right here. So I have to change the floats at some point because there's floating point arithmetic issues. So we get all the stuff, we do the calculations, we find the power. So maybe we just let that go. Maybe we just let that go. Do I want to just let that go? a map of recipe ID and slot and ability list index equals ability. But this has to be a list. It has to be a slice of it has to be a list of abilities. So if I need multiple abilities to match, they can't go in that same slot. That means this has to be this. Right? Recipe ID is string. So basically what this means is that how would I do that? Would I do it like this? I don't think that's right. Really? Should be slop. But this is telling me that I can't do that. Why can't I do that? Invalid array length int. Why can't I do that? So this is going to tell me that what's wrong about that. And I know something's wrong with that, but I don't know what to do here. Because it's supposed to be just like it is supposed to be. So it is supposed to be this. Why? Why? All right. Then when starting a recipe, potentials recipe will make length of recipe dot ingredient. Oh. Hold on. And another question before I look at the rest of this. If I want these to be potentials and have multiple matches that I then investigate for value, highest value. That's why the final dimension is a slice. Okay, so I was right there. Recipe ingredient, every potential ability for this slot. So we could have, yeah, okay. So if Tri-Blaster slot 3 can accept either Tsunami by ID or Waterbolt by tag, you don't choose one during this loop. You just append every possibility. Potentials.recipe. So I was right with this too. But I can't append it. I have to, oh my God. Why do I do it that way? I was so close. I actually thought about doing a make here. I was so fucking close. Store the match type alongside the ability, because otherwise after this loop you don't know whether Tsunami got there through ID, tag, aspect, or whatever. Potential, a new struct. We don't care how it got there once it's in there. We don't care how it got there once it's in there. Because the I was so close. And once we have the possible potentials, using your example, I think A plus B plus D. I freaking Christ. Plus D. A plus C plus D. B plus B plus D. B plus C plus D. Okay, so ooh, a panic. What the fuck? Index out of range 1 with length 0. Index out of range 1 with length 0. Ingredient 2 matched Rifflance. Potentials. Recipe slot. Ingredient number 2 matched by Rifflance. Ingredient number 2. It is. I know that's exactly where it is. It's no, it's not the main. forgot. Okay, so I was still so close, but I forgot to actually initialize that first slice. Okay, I forgot to initialize that. Slot ingredient. We have to inside here. Inside here. Okay, I see what it's doing. Okay. Potentials. Equals. No, hold on. Where are you? Recipe. Recipe. Equals. Do we remake it? We do. We remake it. Right? And then the length of... Ow. Right? Potentials, recipe equals make. Slice, and then a slice of abilities. Length of recipe ingredients. Which makes this one the actual length. It puts that length into this here because it's a map of undetermined length of slices of abilities. Right? And then when we get down here, it actually works. Expected type on line 149. Recipe with make map. What the fuck? Why is that not? What did I miss? No. No. Ad coming in. I need to go to the bathroom, so we'll be right back. I was so close on that. I was actually very close, and I was happy about that. I was happy about that. Okay. Map, black hole, nothing. Plasma torpedo, nothing. Supermassive black hole has this. With a power of 67.5. Consumed false and the ingredients. Oh my fucking god, it does exactly what I want it to do. How do I get it to I can't get it to format appropriately, can I? Black hole has nothing. Ionic blast and plasma torpedo has nothing. Supermassive black hole has... What is the first one? Has the slot. There's no ID in the slot. But there is an ID in the slot, so what the fuck? Tri-blaster white. Why is that first one empty? Oh. No, you're wrong on that, motherfucker. Wait. Oh, it says make one slot with an ability inside each slot for the total length of. Okay. I get it now, mother. That actually makes more sense too. This is how it's going to end up being when I redo it, because every friggin' recipe is going to have that set up. But instead of having just, you know, what's been cast that could match that, it's going to have a list of all of that in there, and it's going to cross-reference what has been cast against that list. So there'll be no lookups, there'll be no good. Okay. So can I do Okay, that's what I thought. One ability struck inside that slot's ability. Okay. Under P5, action 1. Excellent. But they both have that, so it just chooses one and leaves the other one out. They are both equal, so it's just going to choose one and leave the other one out. It'll be the first one that gets cast, so it'll be ordered based on... It can just be random. That can just be random. If they both have the same power, it can just be choose one at random. Oh my god, my hair is so... Like... This is why I tie it up all the time. Like, all over the place. And it's like knotting up. So... Like... This is why I always have it tied up. I don't like my hair being down because it gets all knotted very quickly. But I have really nice hair. I just don't take care of it very well. Probably start taking care of it better. Okay, so... Incentive again. Too much hair. All right. I need to do something real quick. I just thought of it. Quick. Here we go. All right. Oh yeah. Don't need to loop it. I'm inside. Yep. So because I have the tags, this, I wouldn't have known about this. I wouldn't have known about that. But now I do. Let me make sure that actually works. Fail. What failed? Not marshal sequence into string. So I can't do this. I could do this, but that also won't work. Field error not found in type descriptor dot ingredient. Field error not found in descriptor dot ingredient. Why would that be a field? Oh, because I have ID and tag. All right, so I'd have to do this later. So that's gonna come later. That will come later. For now, we can't do it. That's awesome. Okay, so this one actually stays like this. Ability.combo tags, right? It's ability.combo tag. Is it ability.combo tags? Is it ability.combo tag? It is. And it's the same. It's the same one, isn't it? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Ability has no field or method combo tags. Undefined slices. Badoop. Ability ingredients. Plot ingredient. Ability ingredients equals ability dot ingredients. Ability ingredients equals ability dot ingredient. Ability dot ingredients. We can't do ability dot combo tag because ability dot combo tag doesn't exist. Because the ability itself doesn't exist in that method. However, that same ability we can do this. Registry dot ability mechs right? Map string descriptor dot ability. Shit. So I can't actually do that. Now I need to go down here and see how I did it down here. Because I know that the ability... Okay, yeah. Yeah, right there. Maybe intent is... ability list dot intent. Ability list dot intent dot ability ID, but I can't do ability list dot intent dot ability ID. I can't do that, but that's what we have to do. We can't do this because so the way this is going to work is literally ability.intent. And then registry ability equals registry.ability mechanics ability intent.ability ID. Flamethrower 28.799997. All right, so that should give us what failed. Oh, because of pure and 7, yeah. Pure being 7 and 0. All right, so we don't have a Tri-Blaster match, but we have Supernova matching here, Supermassive Black Hole matching here. But one, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These two aren't going in. Thunder and Flamethrower, because they're not matching. But Flamebolt, Thunder, and Tsunami should all match to Tri-Blaster. Flamebolt isn't matching there. Why isn't Flamebolt matching there? Why isn't Flamebolt matching? The tag isn't matching. All right, all the way up to the top. Flamebolt. Regibility. Flamebolt, action, spell, arcane, karma, firebolt. We have everything about it. We have literally everything about it. Flamebolt, thunder, tsunami, implode, spirit tether. Rift Lance, Thunder, Flamethrower, basic attack. So it's going to do that. Recipe, Tri-Blaster, ingredient. So Flamebolt isn't matching anything. Why? What's going on? Firebolt, right there. Why isn't it matching on the tag? Why is that still printing? Wait a minute, what the fuck? If slices contains regibility combo tags, and if it contains ingredient tag in the combo tags, ingredient is looking for that tag. I'm doing something wrong. ingredient ID is not equal to blah. And ingredient ID actually what we can do so why am I not getting a match? What am I missing? There we go. I was just being stupid. Thank you. You are getting the match. These lines come from this branch. So both Flame Bolt and Flamethrower entered the tag case and were appended. Oops. Silly me. But this shows that we have Tri-Blaster, Ingredient 1, Ingredient 2, and Ingredient 3. And so we have Flame Bolt and Flamethrower, Thunder. So we have the actual abilities. And so once we have that, that gives us this. So we can actually do this and see what the values are for all of these, just straight up, right? So if we look at Flamethrower, not Flamethrower, if we look at so we can see that Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo will have a match because Ionic Blast and Plasma Torpedo will be these two. And then we have these will be Tri-Blaster. So yeah, we have multiple matches here. Okay. That's great. So that's the first step. We're going to have matches. We will have matches. That's the first step. Now we have to figure out what the values for those are going to be, because oh, I know what's going to happen. We're going to get all the intents, and then this is going to be a straight up for loop. It's going to loop on something. I'm going to make a copy of ability list, and I'm going to put it in as, that's going to end up being its own thing. So we're going to have a copy of ability list that becomes a list of abilities that gets updated through the for loop until there's no more combos that can be made. And then it's going to return. So now we have the recipe. So now we're at this point right here. All matching abilities for the recipe's ingredient list, including all possible matches for any single ability. Move to the next recipe. Once all recipes have a list of all possible ingredient matches, we check power values to determine which combination is the most valuable. When we find them, we freeze that combination, set those ingredients to consumed, and reloop for any new matches with new combo ability entrants. The way this is going to work is we're going to, instead of using ability, instead of looping on the ability list, we're going to wind up making a copy of that list so that we can loop over that one and add to it as we loop. That's how it's going to work. Because we have to go through it until we have no more combos. That's how it's going to work. Okay. So we have everything except the combos now. The first run doesn't need the combos. So what we do is we go through and we have to actually math everything. And that's outside of this loop. Now, I think that's how we do it. Once the discovery loop is finished, you work from potentials. Recipe A, slot 0, etc., etc. Holy shit. Recipes with exactly 3 ingredients. Because your recipes can have arbitrary ingredient counts, a tiny recursive loop is helpful. Function check slots ability slot int used map. What the fuck? Used. Oh. Why would I use that? Power float 64 as a float. As a float. If slot length slots. Return power. Okay. So this is the kind of thing that I don't like because it just gives me the entire like script. And consumed. So when we combine everything, when it becomes composed, we're going to consume whatever composes. So on the first run through this, when we do this, on the first run through, Flame Bolt, Thunder, and Tsunami, which you can see on the right over there under Test Intents, the right box, or over here. On the first run through, Flame Bolt's Thunder and Tsunami are all Flame Bolt's Flame Bolt, Thunder, and Tsunami are all gonna get consumed to make Tri-Blaster. Tri-Blaster is then gonna go into a new instance of potentials, or rather, like a new instance of intents to recheck everything. So basically it's going to go through all this shit again with a new list. In that new list, we'll have Tri-Blaster. Who cares what one that one is? But it's going to have Tri-Blaster, Implode, Spirit Tether, Rift Lance, Basic Attack, and either Flame, not Flame, either Plasma Torpedo or whatever the hell the other one is, because I don't remember what it is. All right, we'll be right back. Adds in 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna start trying to wire this up. That's why. Motherfucker. That's why we're going to need the index of the ability. Because instead of just sending the ability over, we want the ability's index. Because we're going to have ability list A, which happens to be that ability. How do you figure? Oh. Yeah, so we're going to want to send over the ID. Potentials when we say so instead of the ability, now it's int. So instead of having this, so we can set consumed later. Can I make a function inside a function? I can't, right? How do I do a recursive function? What if I just want to make it work right here? Do we do a for loop? Can I just do a regular for loop? That's what I was hoping for. A local function variable. That's what I was hoping for, so I can do that. Apply combos or create combos. And so we need the potentials list, right? Function needs to refer to itself while it's being defined. And yes, I'd keep this local inside match for now. There's no need to make it a package level function. Yeah, there's no... So... So we currently have an issue, not a major one, but a minor one. Tri-Blaster will use Thunder, and it'll use one of those two. This one, it'll take one at random because, or I'll make it take one at random because the power values going in are gonna both be the same. But at the same time, Plasma Torpedo and whatnot is gonna be matched as well by these that are gonna also match 2 ingredients in Tri-Blaster. So what if I want to compare those together? So now I have to figure out how am I, like, what's the logical way to figure that out? So that would be 170 versus... So Thunder A would have to go to 150. The Flame Bolt, Thunder Ray, and Tsunami is 100. And then we'd have Flame Thrower and Thunder B, which is 40. So that's 145 versus 145 versus 145 versus 140. They're all 145. In your example, all possible solutions come to 145. That's again 190. That's exactly what I was talking about too. All right, I understand what it's saying. 120 versus 105, and 105 feeds something else. Yes. Generate all valid assignments of incoming ability instances to recipes. Calculate each resulting combo's power from those instances. Consider overlapping recipes together rather than greedily maximizing on one. Resolve consume a chosen compatible set. Add generated combo abilities. This is becoming really involved. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I don't have to do that. I just create the combos. I don't have to do all this. I don't need the candidate struct. I just create the combo. We can do greedy. We don't care about the extra like tuning or whatnot right now. We don't care about any of that right now. We care about making sure that the actual have these both been playing the whole time? All right, so we don't care about greediness or anything like that. We care about making sure that it feels decent. Because the characters are going to be generic, and so there's no tuning that's being done here. It's just, hey, this happened, you cast this, and boom, look at that, you made something go. Right? And then the whole thing is going to be each one of these skills is going to have a cooldown, so you can't cast like. You might be able to cast Tri-Blaster every round, but you won't be able to cast like Supernova every round or Black Hole every round, because Supernova will have a cooldown, because like Spirit Tether or Implode will have a cooldown, or Rift Lance will have a cooldown, or something like that. So uh-oh. It's because I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. So create combos. We're gonna go in and we're gonna do it recursively. We need to do it recursively. I need to figure out how to do it recursively. And it's like, you put the function inside there. So it's a var chuck check, and that returns, oh, so all right, so this is gonna return, this has to return, power value, highest power, returns the highest power value, and abilities, list of ability IDs, ability list, and ability list IDs consumed. Where it returns a float and a slice event, which are the indexes. And that's how you do that, right? Var check. Yeah. And then in here, expect a new line, expected type. Expected type. How is this supposed to work? Why is this not working? How am I supposed to return a slice of ints if it's not letting me return a slice of ints? The fuck? Is it really just like that? No, what the living fuck, man? What am I doing wrong here? Isn't a fucking slice of ints literally just this? Why is it saying type? Like that, what the fuck am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? I'm too tired to fucking think right now. That's what this is. I'm just too tired to think. What if I want to declare an array of All right, I need to go to bed. I've been streaming for 9 hours, but I've been up for 15. 5 o'clock, 17 hours. Oh, so I need to go to bed. And I just opened a fucking soda. Damn it. All right. So we're going to pause this. We're going to just leave things exactly the way they are for tomorrow. I will be streaming longer tomorrow. Today I had to go to the store. I had to go out. I had to do stuff. That's why I was on late. Actually, I think I started at 1, but I was up at 5. Tomorrow, I need to put this on so I can read the chat. Not that anybody's talking, but yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow being Sunday, I will be on at about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. You can see Pacific time down in the corner over there. That corner way over there. That's the time that it is for me right now. And so baby, did you, before we continue logging off, baby, did you call Marissa? Because she called me. She's sorry for making you sick. Give me a call, okay? For the rest of you, thank you for being here. I will be here at about 8 o'clock in the morning, my time. That's the time way over there. We will be back at about 8, maybe 9 o'clock in the morning. I will see you then. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for enjoying or spending your enjoyable time with me. I appreciate it. I love it. I hope that I get even further into this Go coding and I can actually start giving you guys something to really, really be excited about. It's going to take years. I'm okay with that because I'm going to be learning the whole time. Anyway, tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning. Hope to see you then. Until then, ciao for now. Duck and cover.